Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Stupid is being nice. You're an absolute moron. Did you hear what I said?
What's going on, freaks? The dogs are getting a bath right now, so they're unavailable. And thanks up there to Ivan Victor. And yes, you too, if you'd like to help support the channel, feel free to do so. You guys are what allow me to keep doing the show every single day. So I appreciate that. And so today I put out the video that I actually uploaded that video 8 months ago, or not 8 months ago. What was that? About 5 months ago. And nobody watched the damn thing. I mean, it was like YouTube just sort of put it into a weird algorithm or something. And so I thought I'd put it back out there, and now there's all these people looking at it going, oh wow. Now obviously part of it's not, the animation where I had Ethan on the floor and the Xana over on the bed or something like that. I mean, that was just how I set it up in a 3D program when I was walking through. Obviously changed that because Xana was found on the ground, and I think Ethan was found on the bed in the corner of the room over there. Hey, look at that. Kenneth Colton, 1 year. Yeah. So anyways, I thought today we could go over, there's other people in the comments seemed like they wanted to discuss the video on my show. I mean, it's amazing that some of the comments that are in the video are just wacko. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen that, Daphne, but. So do you guys think we should kind of just play it and then pause it and discuss different elements, and then after that, maybe we can, if people can call in if they feel like it. You always get people saying, but you can't prove that he was in that car. And somebody made one of the most ludicrous comments ever. It was something like, it's hard to even remember. It was something about DNA. I didn't even get it. I mean, it's obviously somebody, there are a lot of people, here's the thing, there's a lot of people on social media who maybe just started following true crime on this case, and unfortunately stumbled upon the wackos out there that peddle in conspiracy theories and nonsensical information. So then, of course, they think that they've been told the truth to all these months here. That they've been told the truth to, and it just isn't. So, hey, Becky Marchon, is that really your name? Because that's literally like, I think Becky Patty's like Becky Marchon Patty. It's kind of strange that you would have that exact name. Well, I'm sure they do, Becky, but we don't have it. Why would we have the video of him exiting Albertsons? No, I take it seriously because it's real, Jenny. It's not too seriously. I take it seriously because it's real. There's too many wackos out there, okay? And these are people that might actually serve on a jury at some point. It's pretty scary if you ask me. Yeah, I agree, Jessica Schubach. What that happened to you a year ago? I don't know what that means. What happened to you a year ago? Yep. All right, you guys, right now we're at 125th of the goal. So if if you get the show started off well, that's how you know you'll make it to the end. But currently, it's not. I don't think these wackos could serve coffee. Yeah. Well, let me see. I'll read some of these comments though, really quick. Keep getting these stupid ads. Although I like that. La, 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 la. Yeah, let's see what we got here. It's I'll read some of the crazy ones, see if I can find them. Kohberger has some big flippers. He's 6 foot, wears size 13 shoes. I'm 6 foot and wear 10.5. So what? I mean, why do people make comments like that? It's just so, like, who cares? You know? Like, what does that even mean? It says, not a must-see. Neither will the next video be. All the maps and CAD work for info we already know. This is 5 to 6. Yeah, well, here's the thing, everybody. It might be old, but it's the reality. This is the information that's out there. You guys keep selling absolute nonsense to people, okay? So I'm trying to add clarity to the case. I'm trying to make it so that people actually understand what this case is all about. That's what I'm doing. And I've done that in many, many, many other cases as well. This isn't my first time doing it. But every time I do it, I'm somehow a shill. I'm working for the narrative and being paid by the state or the prosecutors or something. Instead of just going, damn, that is a pretty good case. Wow. Of course, if you don't agree with it, then all of a sudden that's exactly what it is. Yeah, no, he wasn't terminated by email. They did a call. Definitely premeditated. The one thing that is missing is the video, is any proof that Kohberger was ever in the house. The touch DNA on the sheath doesn't prove it. Well, it does. See, that's where these idiots, they show up and they make comments like that. They don't understand that. See, the thing is, there's touch DNA that could be random, but when you have touch DNA in a specific spot like that, it absolutely means that he handled the knife sheath, on the snap of the knife sheath. It's not like it's DNA found on a countertop somewhere. This is the knife sheath left at the crime scene, and then his white launcher. So then I responded to that person. They said, touch DNA does not prove he was in the house or the perpetrator. I'm not saying he is innocent, but it was a gag order that kept us from knowing what evidence. Okay, listen. The DNA combined with, look how good Chloe looks there. Almost has the Yorkie look. Anyways, let's just maybe we'll do this part later. I'm just gonna go play the video again. No, we can pause it. See, there's people out there that don't believe in the power of circumstantial evidence. And see, I do. I think circumstantial evidence is just as strong, especially when you put them together. All right. Now I'll do my public service announcement on here because we're already starting off horrendously again. All right. So on this channel, on a nightly basis, I raise funds to help keep my channel going, and I donate a tremendous amount of money of the income at the end of each month to various true crime related charities. Okay, we also have we have a scholarship fund, and we've given over $72,000 since January of 2020 to a DNA fund that helps identify Jane and John Does, and we've given equal amount of that or more, I think what is it? Something like $80,000 to places like NCMEC, Texas EquiSearch, RAIN, and Innocence Project, etc. Right? And the only way to make that happen is you guys, and I need this support every single night from all of you, whether it's smaller amounts or whatever. It just is the only way to make it happen. Okay? Now, there's people out there go, oh, Gray, that sucks. Well, you know what? They don't do what we do. Okay? I mean, we just did a $6,000 scholarship fund, gave $3,000 to 2 people. We haven't given it yet because we're reviewing the 244 applications that we got. Yeah. Hey, thanks very much, Danielle Vasayo. Okay, so hopefully that didn't fall on deaf ears, what I just said, because oftentimes when I bring that up, it just... All right. Hey, thanks, Paulette Leonard. All right. So let's just go to, what the hell is that? Oh, that was in my video? I guess it was in there. That's funny. All right, anyways.
Consistent with this traffic stop at Farm Road and Pullman Highway. On September 1st, 2022, at 8:50 p.m., law enforcement showed up to 1122 King Road again regarding a noise complaint.
It's weird seeing
law enforcement speaks to Madison Mogan on the phone. Then at 12:40 a.m. on September 2nd, the following morning, law enforcement shows up yet again to 1122 King Road almost 4 hours later for another noise complaint. This time, law enforcement speaks with Xana Kernodle. On September 23rd, 2022, Brian Kohberger, who is a teacher's assistant, has an altercation with a faculty member. On October 3rd, 2022, Kohberger meets with Professor Snyder to discuss norms of professional behavior. On October 14th, 2022, Brian Kohberger was detained at another traffic stop by a WSU officer.
I think this is the daylight
Kohberger
one.
Was the sole occupant driving a...
So that means out of the other, he went there, I don't know if this on, I believe this is one of the times that he was pulled over. I think this must be on his campus. I don't think this is one of the 12 that they mentioned, right?
2015 white Elantra, plates LFZ 8649. On October 21st, 2022,
and deaf ears it fell.
Professor Snyder emailed Kohberger about how he has failed to meet the expectations of a teacher's assistant. On November 2nd, 2022, the graduate director met with Kohberger to discuss an improvement plan. On November 3rd, 2022, Kohberger agrees to the improvement plan via email. Brian Kohberger's phone utilized the same cellular resources as 1122 King Road at least 12 times prior to November 13, 2022. All but one of these occasions were in the late evening hours. From 9 p.m. on November 12, 2022 to 1:45 a.m. on November 13, 2022, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were attending a Sigma Chi fraternity party at 735
Sorry, I think that music was probably too loud on that video.
Spurse Drive.
I made it quieter.
Bethany
on
Funk estimated
ones.
that Ethan and Xana returned to the King Road residence at 1:45 a.m. Ethan did not live there. Between 10
Thanks,
p.m.
Danielle.
on November 12, 2022 and 1:30 a.m. on November 13, 2022, Kaylee and Madison were at the Corner Club in downtown Moscow, Idaho. Not long after that, Kaylee and Madison went to the grub truck at 318 Main Street in downtown Moscow for a late-night snack.
Thanks, Aaron.
At 1:43 a.m. on November 13, 2022, Madison and Kaylee arrive at the grub truck and leave about 10 minutes later. At 1:53 a.m., Kaylee and Madison leave the grub truck with the food they purchased and received a ride home from a private party. At 1:56 a.m., Kaylee and Madison arrive at 1122 King Road, their residence. At 2 a.m., all occupants of the residence are home, according to Bethany Funk.
Okay, so here's one of those parts where there's people in the comments, and I see this comment all the time, is, I still believe the murders happened around 2 o'clock. How does that make sense to anybody? Can anybody tell me, because they heard on the camera somebody screaming, help, help, whatever, at like 2 on the 1330 Linda Lane camera. But man, you're talking about 2 on Saturday morning. There are kids all over the place shouting and yelling, and that doesn't mean anything. And think about it logically for a second here. Think about it. Kaylee and Madison were at home, and they were texting Jack. And, like 6 texts from, or not texting, they were calling him. So they tried calling him a bunch of times around, 2:45 to 3 in the morning. Okay, so were those all those phone calls a setup? Like they actually used Kaylee's phone and then, hey, now use Madison's phone to make it look like they were really trying to. I mean, it's just ludicrous, right? And then, so you have that, and then the white Elantra stops at 4:08. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden. She said, nope, no deaf ears here, and Danny, I see you RN. Thank you and Amber said, thank you for having me in this great community. That makes such a difference. Well, we do. I mean, we've given over $170,000 since January 2020. And if you guys want to be part of, we've got DNA cases that we're working on. So if you want to be part of that, that'd be great. Let's see. Now, why not Blue Mitts? Why not focus on those? Because those are the ones you've got to debunk. So when people say something like, yeah, man, there were, I think the murders happened at 2 in the morning. And, you got them all arriving home right around 2. They're up and about. There was a DoorDash order at 4. It was probably ordered earlier, but it was arrived there around 4. So how come? So this killer went through all this stuff and faked phone calls to Jack, and you have the DoorDash delivery, and then I guess Dylan is inventing all this stuff, right? Because, man, it's just unbelievable. I always just wonder, what makes you believe that? It's crazy. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Between 2:26
I think it literally is crazy.
a.m. and 2:52 a.m., Kaylee Gonzalez calls her boyfriend Jack 7 times. Madison Mogan tried calling Jack 3 times as well, from 2:44 a.m. to 2:52 a.m. Kaylee's boyfriend did not answer any of these phone calls. In between those phone calls at 2...
Thank you, Super Soda. I want to be part of the DNA work. Yeah. I mean, you guys, that's the only way we can do this. And I'll tell you what, Misty Gillis even knows exactly. The thing is, I do all these shows, and then at the end of the month, I give them a huge portion of the income, usually to the Identifiers International, so that we can identify Jane and John Does. And we are currently in the middle of, Misty is trying to identify a victim who was killed something like 44 years ago with a shotgun blast, and that's a murder victim. So we are going to be, without us, this wouldn't be happening. We funded the entire thing.
42 a.m. Cell phone data records obtained via the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAS, showed Kohberger's phone utilizing cell resources consistent with Brian Kohberger being near his residence. At 2:44 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra is seen on camera traveling north on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington.
So this part's interesting to me in here because at 2:44, it's seen driving this direction, and then I think it's 2:53, it's going like this direction. And this one, I mean, I don't have the map open, I don't think. Yeah, there it is. So in that location, I have this mapped out. So if it went south like this, you could just drive right down over here and then make your way out onto highway, SR 270 right here. Also you could go all the way around like this. But I think this is exactly what I think. I think at 2:47, his phone did ping somewhere down in this area. So here is Pullman, and southeast Pullman is over here. I mean, this whole area is Pullman. So, this would be north, south, east. So right over here is southeast. And that's where his phone pinged at 2:47. And that's just 3 minutes after he went north right here. I think he pulled over in one of these parking areas over here, and he sort of gathered himself and sort of finished going through a checklist or doing something like that. This is just speculation, obviously. At 2:44, and then at 2:47, his phone is still on in this area, and then he turns it off at 2:47, and then that same vehicle is seen coming this way and heading south right here on that same Nevada Street. And then that would put you back out onto Highway 270, which then leads over to Moscow, Idaho over here. Does that make sense?
Washington. At 2:47 a.m., Kohberger's phone utilizes cellular resources that provide coverage to southeast of his residence, showing he has left his residence and is heading south in Pullman. At 2:47 a.m. as well, Kohberger's phone stops reporting to the network, which means he turned his phone off or put his phone in airplane mode, or his phone was in the area without coverage. He is in Pullman, and there is cell phone coverage, therefore it is most likely it was turned off or in airplane mode. Given the fact that Kohberger's white Elantra was traveling north on Nevada Street at 2:44, it's likely that he pulled over, and then at 2:47 a.m., he turned off his phone. At 2:53 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra...
So it almost feels like he was here from 2:44 to about 2:52, right? But, it was seen on camera at 2:44 going like this. And then his phone's still on for 3 minutes, and he turns it off. And then he sat there for another 5 minutes after that. And then right here, he's seen it 2:53. You see? So that means he sat there for like 9 minutes doing something. What that was, we don't know. I think he was just planning, getting ready, perhaps even trying to just throw off any sort of cameras to make it, not cameras, but like GPS stuff. I guess what I'm trying to say is cell phone pinging information, like he's just driving all over the place. He does a lot of weird things on his driving. For example, if he does take that south on Nevada Street right here, well, this is such a crazy route. Why didn't he just go like this, right? Because maybe he didn't want to be seen on cameras all along these businesses here. So he goes right over here, and he comes down, and he comes out right here, and look what this is. There isn't a camera anywhere. So that's the only thing that you would do. If you come down this direction, the only way out of that area, unless you're just randomly driving way up there again, if you're trying to get down here, is right there. So you come out onto 270, and there isn't a soul, there isn't a building anywhere, and you start heading down this direction. 2:53 a.m. Kohberger's white Elantra was seen on camera at 2:47 a.m. And then at 2:47 a.m., Kohberger's phone stops reporting to the network, which means he turned his phone off or put his phone in airplane mode. Given the fact that Kohberger's white Elantra was traveling north on Nevada Street at 2:44, it's likely that he pulled over in one of these parking areas over here. So you come out onto 270, and there isn't a soul, there isn't a building anywhere,
is seen on camera traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270, which connects to Moscow, Idaho. At 3:26 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra is in Moscow, Idaho, driving in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive, heading west. At 3:28 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra is spotted on surveillance camera at the A&W restaurant at Steiner and Idaho State Highway 95. This video showed the vehicle did not have a front license.
Yeah, so on camera, on a live stream when I was over there, I timed it right from, that's over here, Indian Hills Drive right here. I had it at 3:26 and some odd seconds. I drive by here and then made it all the way around exactly this route and then came out right here 2 minutes later at 3:28 and something. And then I did a standalone, just filmed it with a GoPro, same thing. It comes out right here. And now we know, because I saw a channel that had somehow they got the surveillance footage right here down Linda Lane, and it films a car driving by at 3:29 right there, and then 3:30 it pulls in here and goes back behind. Well, how do you know it's the right car, Gray?
Plate. And as you remember, vehicles in Pennsylvania do not have to have a front license plate. At 3:29 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra enters the area of 1122 King Road. Kohberger's white Elantra makes 3 initial passes.
That's what it says on the probable cause. See, here's the thing. It's just recently, I can just tell you for certain that law enforcement has the 1330 Linda Lane footage, and it's part of their passes. They have the 1122 King Road footage, and they have the 1330 Linda Lane footage, and I think like 1320 Linda Lane footage that shoots out to Taylor Avenue. And that shows that it's coming back into the area each time. This section, I mean, these cameras here are just absolutely nailed. The probable cause even says that it turns around in front of 500 Queen Road number 52. Guess what? This is number 52 right here, and we see it pull in and turn around and go like that. That means they're using this camera because there isn't another camera that could have seen that turnaround right there. 100%.
At 3:31 a.m. on pass number 1, Kohberger's white Elantra travels down Queen Road and then behind 500 Queen Road and then around in front of 1122 King Road and then out of the area via Wallanta Drive.
Yeah, there it is. That's pass number 1. I'm speeding it up like a lot.
And then at 3:39 a.m. on pass number 2, Brian Kohberger's white Elantra travels down Queen Road again.
There it is.
And then behind 500 Queen Road, and then around in front of 1122 King Road, and then out of the area via Wallanta Drive.
Thanks, a broken scout. The amount of time it took to keep the car on the road in your video, yeah. Yeah, it takes
then
forever.
Then at 3:57 a.m.
to animate the vehicle on the road.
Brian Kohberger's white Elantra makes pass number 3. It travels down Queen Road, and then behind 500 Queen Road, and then around in front of 1122 King Road, and then out of the area via Wallanta Drive.
I think it stopped each time for like 3 minutes, though. Not on this one, though. Or in between pass number 2 and 3, I think he didn't stop at all because we timed it. I don't know if you guys, a lot of you probably weren't watching the show, but on pass number 2, so the first pass starts at 3:31, and then the second one starts at 3:39. When I say start, I mean where it comes around here. Okay, so 3:39, and then the next one's at 3:57. And what's crazy is that from right here, I timed it where if you don't wait here, if you just pull in like this and you take off and you go all the way back around like this again and you come up right here, and then instead of turning left on Lauder Avenue to get to Taylor like the other loops are, he turns right here, and if he goes right like this through where there's an Exxon gas station that has a car that looks a hell of a lot like a white Elantra driving by, and that's right at 3:45, and that's exactly the timing. Exactly the timing. If you didn't stop on that loop, made it all the way around, went like this, boom, 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 3:45. So then maybe he drove a little bit further out in these areas. We don't really know. And then he comes back, and he makes it back into this area at 3:57. But it's amazing how the timing of the car at the Exxon was exactly 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Hey, what's so funny, Kathy? What happened? Yeah, we remember that. It's just not important.
Now that pass takes double the time as the first one, being at 3:31, 3:39, and this one is at 3:57. So it's possible that on this route he either waited longer by watching the residents at that time, and that might be the time that the DoorDash driver showed up. It also could mean that he drove farther away and came back. We don't know, but he does finish the pass at around 3:57. At approximately 4 a.m., DoorDash delivers a meal to Xana Kernodle at the residence 1122 King Road. Kohberger's white Elantra makes a fourth and final pass. At 4:06 a.m., the white Elantra travels down Queen Road and then behind 500 Queen Road, number 52, and turns around and goes west
that was
down
number
Queen
52.
Road towards the intersection of King and Queen Road.
See, what it's saying is it turns around behind 500 Queen Road, number 52. So when you show that, it's right here. It drives right here, and then it's turning around right back here. What you're looking at is a camera that's filming just like this. And it turns around right here, and then in the probable cause it says it then heads west down Queen Road again, and it goes to the intersection of King and Queen. And there it is back there. You can see it up at the top by the clock.
All of these actions are filmed on a surveillance camera mounted at 1330 Linda Lane, and the footage of the white Elantra matches the probable cause document perfectly.
But right here it tried to turn around. It's pretty shitty animation there, but you know. And then right
at
here
at 4:07 a.m., the white Elantra does a 3-point turn at the intersection of Queen and King Road, and then continues back east down Queen Road.
They didn't say the time of that. It's just after 4:05 when it entered the area, then it turned around and came back. It's just around 4:07.
Road, reinitiating pass number 4 by traveling down Queen Road and then behind 500 Queen Road. At 4:08 a.m., pass number 4 completes near or in the parking area adjacent
What are you
to
talking about,
1122 King Road,
No idea what you're saying.
and is parked there for approximately 12 minutes, in which time Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez all lost their lives to a psychopath using a sharp force
Named Brian
instrument.
Kohberger. So right here, here's where the car parked, right? So that's what I always show. See this little red outline right here, for those of you who don't watch my channel very often? This is the only place that white Elantra could have been for those 12 minutes. So it comes around, and it's in this area for 12 minutes, and then it speeds away at a high rate of speed at 420. So that means, I mean, that's what I just don't understand when people say, God, I thought the murders happened around 2, right? You know, and then there's still people bringing up the Elantra. Like, how could they say that the Elantra was 2013 or 2011 to 2013 first, and then they changed it later to add 2014, 15, and 16? How could they do that? Well, I don't know. You know, the answer is they all look the same. That's just what he thought originally. Are you saying that people can't go, oh, you know what? Shit. Look at that. These all look the same. There's a slight difference on them. Thanks, Joseph.
At approximately 4 a.m., Dylan Mortensen says,
okay, now none of this stuff here is correct where I have the bodies on the floor because, you know, obviously I made this in August, I was saying, and a lot of you hadn't seen the damn thing. I mean, that's what's incredible to me is like it was put out there way better than, you know, the clowns and all the other people that make videos. And it just doesn't get seen because it's not the conspiracy. You know what's funny about YouTube is they have a policy against conspiracy theories, and yet they sell those like it's candy. I mean, my God, they absolutely can't wait to get people to watch those true crime conspiracy videos. I mean, it's crazy. It's against their terms of service. But yeah, you can, you know, sit there and accuse Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk all day long. And boy, that's great stuff. Yeah, so I think this is what it looks like now. You know, something like this. Like this bed might be rotated the other direction. Maybe it's more like, you know, something like this over in the corner, and it's wider. Yeah, I don't really know how to. I'll just go back, put it the way I had it. So it's more like that, okay? So what you're seeing on the video isn't correct. And I just added this little extension part here. See how there's a bathroom and this wall comes out? That's how it looks. So this door can't actually open into the full room. It would be like this. It would only open to about right there because there's a wall there. Right? So that's sort of like a door stop. That's how that would be. So if the door was open, you looked in, you could see Xana on the ground, and then later saw Ethan, then he was probably up on the bed right here. And we saw some of one of the mattresses being taken out with blood all over him.
Woke to the sound of what she thought was Kaylee playing with their dog. I believe this time is more likely to be 4:09 or 4:10 a.m. And that is the time that Kohberger is attacking Kaylee and Madison. At 4:12 a.m., Xana is using TikTok, and Dylan hears who she thinks is Kaylee say, "There's someone here." But this could have been Xana, since she was still awake, having just received the DoorDash. Dylan looks out her door, but sees nobody. Dylan hears someone say, "It's okay,
we don't
I'm here
know,
to help."
Danielle, if they said that.
That is likely
okay.
Kohberger. At 4:17 a.m., the security camera located at 1112 King Road, which is directly adjacent and to the northwest of the crime scene property at 1122 King Road, picked up what...
Yeah, this case has a million rumors that none of them can be verified, okay? So let's not keep doing the rumor mill bullshit, all right? It just doesn't, you know, doesn't make sense.
Sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. At around the same time, at 4:17 a.m., Dylan opens her door for the third time after she heard that very same crying or whimpering sound. She saw a figure clad in black clothing
I've heard the same thing,
and a
Danielle,
mask
but we
that
don't know
covered
if
the
that's true or
person's
not.
mouth and nose walking towards her. Dylan...
People were mad that I put this here. Hey, Brian Kohberger is the killer, okay? That's my opinion. I'm 100% certain. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm happy that I'm the way I am. I can see this case really clearly. It's not one of those ones where I'm confused at something. Something just doesn't add up. It all makes sense to me. Okay. And so I'm just showing you what he would look like with a mask that looks like that.
Described the person as 5'10" or taller. A male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The person walked through the kitchen and out the back sliding glass doors. At approximately 4:20 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra departs the King Road residence area at a high rate of speed. Kohberger's white Elantra heads south on Walenta Drive. At approximately 4:25 a.m.
No, she couldn't have. See, that's not the right answer, Danielle, that you just gave Goofy Girl. See, Goofy Girl said, could Bethany have said there's someone here when Xana's DoorDash got there? And the answer is no. And you know how we know that? Because that would be part of the probable cause document. They interviewed these girls. Yeah, it has nothing to do with somebody being asleep or anything like that. The answer is that would be in the probable cause, because she would have said, oh yeah, I said, there's somebody here.
Kohberger exits the area at Conestoga Drive and Palusa River Drive. At 4:48 a.m., a very significant cell phone ping occurs when Kohberger's phone utilizes resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., Kohberger's phone utilizes cellular resources consistent with his phone traveling south on Highway 95 to Genesee. It then travels west to Uniontown, Idaho, and then north to Pullman, Washington. At 5:25 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra is observed on multiple cameras returning to Pullman, Washington. It's seen at 1300 Johnson Road, and that very same camera watches his vehicle travel north on Bishop Boulevard and then northwest on SR 270. At 5:27 a.m., Kohberger's white Elantra is observed traveling north on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Grimes Street, Wilson Road, and Cougar Way.
Those arrows.
At 5:30 a.m., Kohberger's phone utilizes cellular resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington. This cellular data is consistent with the video evidence of Kohberger's car returning back to his residence.
We saw that. We don't know what that was.
At 9 a.m., Kohberger's phone leaves Pullman, Washington. Between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m., Kohberger's phone utilizes resources that cover the 11...
See, this is what I don't like. It's like somebody comes in, Pharaoh comes in here and says, during the Indiana stop by the state police, a nasty cut was seen on Kohberger's wrist and forearm. We looked at that a million times, and not one of us went, wow, look at those nasty cuts on his... So the thing is maybe there's a cut somewhere. It definitely wasn't a nasty one because it didn't stick out, but you get a lot of people do a freeze frame, and they turn up the contrast and make it look like something. Thanks, Michelle H. and Allie Cake. And yes, you guys, for the regular freaks, I don't know, that doesn't seem like a lot of new people want to help support the channel, but if you're out there and you want to help support the channel, I would really appreciate it, you guys. That's how we do this. We got to keep on trucking.
22 King Road residence. At 9:32 a.m., Kohberger's phone utilizes resources consistent with his phone traveling back to the area of his residence.
Yeah, and everybody goes, didn't he wear Dickies coveralls? I mean, we don't know what he was wearing, right? Maybe he put something on later. Don't know. Well, welcome, Urban Infidel.
At 12:36 p.m. on November 13th, 2022, Kohberger's phone utilizes cell resources that provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. The UF Chef store, located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington.
Yeah, he may have killed before, I don't know.
Which is adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe.
Welcome, Christy.
Showed Kohberger's vehicle drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the use of the cell resources of Kate's Cup of Joe. At 12:46 p.m., Kohberger's phone utilizes cell resources in the area of Albertson's grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Kohberger is seen on camera exit his white Elantra at 12:49 p.m. Between 12:50 p.m. and 1:04 p.m., Kohberger is seen on internal surveillance cameras walking through the store and purchasing unknown items at the checkout. Although I'm quite sure law enforcement has an idea of exactly what he purchased since the time this probable cause document was written. At 1:04 p.m., Kohberger leaves Albertsons.
Why do you have 1,000 issues, eh? My God, we've only gone over this case 100 times and you're still having problems. It's amazing. But sure, man, you can call in and ask the same questions. I don't have any, I mean, I don't have any questions about any of it at this point. It all makes sense to me. That's why I don't understand when it doesn't make sense to other people.
Between 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Washington. Between 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., the phone stops reporting to the network. This is consistent with Kohberger's phone being in the area that his phone traveled immediately after the homicide. At 4 p.m. on November 13, 2022, Corporal Brett Payne and Sergeant Blaker responded to 1122 King Road to assist with scene security and processing the crime scene associated with the 4 homicides.
The only things that I have are little things like, you know, people saying that, what was it about, like Dylan, or, let's see, you know, the discrepancies in, like, who you saw first when you walked into the room. Little minor things like that, that are just, like, who cares? You know, I mean, what difference does that make?
MC Eagle Globe and Anchor Insignia
so
knife sheath was found
I know my brain.
under a quilt on the bed next to the right side of Madison Mogen's body on the 3rd floor in Madison Mogen's room. On November 14, 2022, Kohberger's phone connected to a cell tower
that
provides service to Moscow, but his phone wasn't in Moscow.
Why did Ted Bundy kill people, Mr. Suggest? That isn't even really... see, I never even care about that. I think he's like an incel. Maybe he hates... yeah, but that's not even a big deal either, though, eh? Yeah, so my theory that I had the other day was that he left it there accidentally. That's what allows him to say, you know, it's okay, I'm here to help you. I'm going to help you. You know, that's it. But my suspicion is that he left it there intentionally, and then it's hard to come up with the scenario where he comes back again to Xana and is trying to comfort her, make her quiet so she doesn't yell, and says, It's okay, I'm going to help you. See, the only people that could have said that are Ethan or Brian Kohberger. Can anybody come up with a scenario where Ethan would say that? I mean, he comes upon his girlfriend, hell, they're probably going to get married at some point, and she's bleeding to death, and he's going to say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. That just isn't something he would say. That's something a stranger says to somebody else. And so then, to me, it removes Ethan from being the person who said that, and that means it's Brian Kohberger who said that. So when he said that, I know you always think everything's a big deal. Let's see, Ethan didn't say that's not natural, and kids don't talk like that. Right, exactly, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's Kohberger, and he's saying that, so then you got to think, well, why would he ever be saying that? Okay, because you would only be saying that to somebody who's already been injured, or an attack of some sort has already happened on them. That's when you would say it. You wouldn't say it right when you encounter them. It's okay, I'm going to help you. And then they'd be going, help us with what? What are you talking about? You know? What are you referring to?
So maybe he didn't drive all the way into the city but got close and his phone pinged off one of the towers. On November 18th, 2022, Brian Kohberger registered his vehicle and later received Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this, it was registered in Pennsylvania, which don't require front license plates. On November 21st, 2022, it was Brian Kohberger's birthday. On November 25, 2022, Moscow Police Department put out a bolo for a white Hyundai Elantra. On 11/29 at 12:28 a.m., WSU police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. He located a white Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649. The vehicle was registered to Brian Kohberger. Kohberger lived at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201. This is 3/4 of a mile from the interstate.
Yeah, I think he said it after he attacked her to keep her quiet. See, that's why I have the scenario that I have, that he goes upstairs first, then goes downstairs and attacks. Somehow, the thing about, there's somebody here that sort of alerted Kohberger, and then he attacks Xana and Ethan. They go into the room, perhaps even they were both even being stabbed on the bed, and they were both on the bed, let's just say, when Kohberger then realizes, oh shit, I can't find my knife sheath. So then he goes upstairs, and on the way downstairs he hears whimpering sound coming from Xana's room. Then he goes in there and says, it's okay, I'm here to help you, to get her to be quiet. And then he kills her, and then she ends up on the floor after he stabs her some more, and that's the thud sound, and then he leaves. Then there's another scenario that I used to think a long time ago, is that Ethan and Xana were first, but that doesn't really work at all, because he got into the house probably at like 4:09 at the very latest, and she's still using TikTok at 4:12, and he likely would already be upstairs at that point.
Section of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. On 11/29 at 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for a white Honda Elantra and located a 2015 Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman, Washington, in the parking lot of 1630 Northeast Valley Road. The plates were ran, and it returned to Brian Kohberger with a Washington tag. License showed Kohberger is 6 feet tall and weighs 185 pounds. The photo also indicated Kohberger had bushy eyebrows.
Hey, by the way, you guys, out of all the channels that you guys go out and support with the super chats and whatnot, isn't this the one that really should be putting out the true factual information in the case, and then I give away a ton of it at the end of the month? All right, so if you're out there, we're having a horrendous night on here, and we're not even at like 20% of the goal, and I rely on you guys on a nightly basis to help support the channel. So if you're able to do so, I would really appreciate it, okay? I work really hard for you guys. I do these shows all the time, and that's the only way I can keep doing these shows, all right? So if you like the fact that I'm doing these, then that's just kind of the way it is on this channel, okay? So if you could help support it, that would be great. I hate having to bring it up all the time, but I can't believe it with 400 and something people watching to be struggling like this. And by the way, if you guys happen to be watching the McDummy, whatever the hell his name is, who he used to be a detective, and he's talking about this book that's coming out, and he literally makes it sound like it's a big problem he's full of crap, okay? This guy is the same guy that said there was a dungeon underneath a shed for the Summer Wells case. He's the same guy who said that a guy on Twitter was Brian Laundrie. Even after they found the bones of Brian Laundrie, he kept saying that was him. Okay? This guy isn't somebody you need to be like, yeah, this is great. He's selling the conspiracy nonsense shit again because it sells and it works. Okay? I don't do that here. I probably get a hell of a lot more views. You know how well I could sell the conspiracy? I would blow away these other guys, because I'm better at making videos, like literally, technically, the animations and everything. Okay, but I would never do that. That's like selling your soul. It's ridiculous. So, I could use your guys' support. Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
This matches statements made by Dylan Mortensen. On December 7, 2022, Kohberger met with Snyder and Dr. Willits to discuss the progress, and they noted that there was some progress. On December 9, 2022, Kohberger had another altercation with Professor Snyder.
Why does it matter to you, A? He killed him. It doesn't really matter, like the order. I'm sure it makes sense some other way that you can put it all together. It really doesn't matter, man. You're really focusing in on such minuscule stuff.
On 12/11/2022, Kohberger was emailed about a meeting request by department head. On 12/13/2022, Kohberger's Elantra was captured on a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado, on his trip back to Pennsylvania for winter break. On 12/15/2022, Spokane County Medical Examiner Veena Singh determined that the wounds to the victims were caused by sharp force injuries.
At 10:42 a.m.
on December 15, 2022, law enforcement queried Kohberger's license in Hancock County, Indiana. Brian's father was in the vehicle at the time. At 2:26 p.m. on December 16, 2022, surveillance video showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant was Brian Kohberger. Brian Kohberger's parents live in Albrightsville. On December 19, 2022, Kohberger met with department head, and Kohberger was terminated from his position as a teacher's assistant in the doctoral program effective December 31st, 2022. They likely met on Zoom since Kohberger was in Pennsylvania. On December 23, 2022, investigators received historical phone records for Kohberger's phone. Those are the records that were used throughout this timeline. On December 27, 2022,
I think you guys are all going to be nuts. When the trial happens, you guys are going to feel really stupid, all right? They took 3D scans of the entire house. They have a complete model of it, and they know exactly what it looks like. Okay, so let's just kind of get over you're buying too much into the hype and bullshit that you hear on a lot of the channels out there, okay? Even on other bigger channels, news outlets. They like to bring that stuff up because they want to have something to go over and over and over again. Thanks, Mama, 457 Rose. What? I don't know. What does that even mean, eh?
Investigators' surveillance began on 119 Lambsden Drive, which is Kohberger's parents' house. Investigators observed Brian Kohberger walking near this residence. Additionally, Kohberger's vehicle is...
Right. I'm telling you what I see with the information that's available right now in the probable cause document. Just with that, they have him dead to rights. It is Brian Kohberger. Now, since that time, when they did this was back in December, the probable cause of 2022, they likely investigated for another 8-9 months and got everything they needed. Things that they were just, oh, wow, this guy, social media stuff, everything points to what he did, everything like that. I guarantee you they have this stuff. They have many, many more camera shots. We only got lucky that somebody leaked camera footage, because without that, we would have none. And even before that camera footage was released, I felt the same. But the camera footage is so perfect. I mean, it literally matches exactly what the probable cause says. It's a white Elantra missing its front license plate. It's suspect vehicle number 1. And later in the day, they matched up the phone, Kohberger himself, and the white Elantra at Albertsons. All of it.
Still believed to be on the premises. Investigators are also monitoring Kohberger's cellular...
Yes, you're told how strange the layout is of the house. So what you do is you show them how strange it is using the model. Because guess what? The jury could look at it like this. This is exactly what you could do with the 3D model that they made of the house. You can cut off layers of it. You can slice it, go like this, hide that portion, and look right down into the house. You could show them every single bit of it. They'd probably even understand it better. Hey, thanks, Mona L.
Phone, which appears to be in the
Hawk
same
fan.
vicinity of this residence. On December 28, 2022, Kohberger's vehicle is observed traveling.
You mean the only one who's figured out the case? Gray is the only one who this case figured out. Man, how did they figure me out?
Through Monroe County and arriving back at his residence. On December 28, 2022, Pennsylvania State Police was requested to assist the Moscow police and the FBI. On December 30th, 2022, law enforcement searched Kohberger's residence, retrieving a Defiant silver flashlight, 4 medical-style gloves, white Arizona Jean Company large t-shirt, Champion WSU Cougar large black sweatshirt, a pair of black and white size 13 Nike shoes, a pair of black Under Armour socks, Under Armour black large shorts, Under Armour black boxer large, and 1 buckle swab.
Oh, thanks, Becky.
I believe that Brian
Venmo.
Kohberger is 100% guilty of the murders in the Idaho 4 murder case. After watching this video, tell me what your thoughts are on the case in the comment section below the video. Thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Yeah, that's ending part of it there.
Chewbacca?
Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Gray is the only one who this case figured out.
I feel like there's some confusion. I believe... Yeah, no, I'm not saying you don't think he's guilty. But yeah, I don't agree with you on your significance of tearing down the house. Because there's many other cases. For example, in the Jodi Arias case, the bathroom and the bedroom upstairs was really the whole case, right? And somebody else moved into that house and they didn't let the jury go there and nobody went in there, okay? Because it's just, they had the floor plan laid out and they took 1,000 photographs. And now they could have an actual model of it. It really doesn't mean anything. They'll probably be more impressed with the models and all the photographs. They'll be able to say, now look, see right here, now this is right in this area here, ding, 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 ding. And if people can't deal with that at the trial, then that means they're really dumb people, okay? Because it's so clear. What do you mean, Crystal? Definitely not guilty. That's a troll comment. That's what you say when you're a troll. You come in and you want to... Well, I don't care if you disagree or not, Crystal. You are going to be and are 100% incorrect, okay? That means you're one of the suckers who believed the clown and the guy, the Scottish guy, and all the other wackos out there that tell you some weird story that you believe. Hawkfan said, I'll try English this time. Gray's the best, no circus clowns allowed. Well, there you go. I feel bad for a lot of people, you know. If you noticed in the Gilgo Beach case, thanks, Wise Child. In the Gilgo Beach case with Rex Hurman, there isn't the same number of people at all. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen any that think he's innocent, right? But if you say, oh yeah, this Hurman guy, what a psycho, they don't go, it's innocent until proven guilty, you bastard. But for some reason, this case got taken over, and I actually feel I'll take some blame for it because I moved on, you know, after the arrest and, you know, making a few videos after the probable cause document. I moved on and started covering a whole bunch of other stuff for months and months and months. And then when I look back, I see that the entire genre has been taken over by wackos. And that's all you people, you know, a lot of you, I don't know which ones are, but that's all that a lot of you had to watch for months and months is just absolute nonsensical garbage. Yeah, so it doesn't bother me at all that they tore the house down, eh? Man, there's got to be a time where you got to take it down. It doesn't matter. You don't need to have that. They took video of it. Let me just show you. I mean, haven't you seen mine? Here, I'll do it again. I mean, it's just... Hold on, where is it? The December, yeah, right here. All they need is a hung jury. Right, but they'll just keep going after him over and over again. And there shouldn't be a hung jury. I mean, just because they tore down the house, there shouldn't be a hung jury. Look at this. You can't tell somebody and just be like right here and go, look at the vantage point you had from right here. We think that he parked his car right there and he walked down this bank and then he went through the slider, which is right there at the end of this deck right here. You go through a slider right there. And they could do this from all around the house, everywhere. They could take, it's just so simple. I mean, you'd almost have to be weird. Hey, the boys, I don't need your constant feedback, okay? I'm going to put you on timeout again. I'm just so tired of you. Every single show. We don't need you to keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over again.
The decision to knock the house down was different. The vantage points of him peering in, etc. All they need for a hung jury is one juror to be confused. Better to have kept the house up for trial.
I don't agree. How many years do you keep it there? What about like when he appeals? Let's say he got convicted and he appeals. You have to keep it up for his appeals to run out. You know, and it doesn't make any sense. The thing was up for a year. The defense signed off on it. They said, and you know what I would say? Is that can't be used by the defense in any way, shape, or form since they also signed off on it. They got all the measurements they needed. They got all the photographs they needed. They get to have the Pharaoh scan too. They get to have every single thing that the prosecution has. I just don't understand. To me, it's just absolutely, it wasn't impulsive at all. See, when you say it was impulsive, that's just not true. They were going to tear down that house 6 months ago. And then the defense team, it might have been 8 months ago, and the defense team said, we'd like to keep it up. So the judge said, yeah, keep that up. And they had their time to go in and photograph and do all the things that they normally do. It's not common where way after the fact that a jury is brought back to a house where a crime was. And let me ask you this. You know when there's a crime like downtown, let's say it's complex, you know, the killer's running down the street here and he's going over here. They don't leave the crime scene sitting there all those years. They don't just let it sit there and, you know, so that the jury can go there and see all the little blood stains and the pools on the ground and forget it. Now, you might be able to bring him here and say, yeah, I was standing here and over there, but this house was ready to come down. It's been there. It's actually a health hazard, too, for the jury to have gone in there. Yeah, and not only that, the acoustics portion of it means absolutely nothing. Hey, you don't have to keep removing the comments by Crystal Timothy. I don't want you to remove somebody's opinion on something. Now, if you're over here trying to tell me how to run the show and all that kind of shit, you're going to get timed out, just like the boys does, because he always says stuff like, well, yeah, you know, everybody can have an opinion. Everybody can have an opinion. Everybody knows that. But I also have my opinion, too. You can say whatever the hell you want to say in here. There isn't one thing at all that points to BK. There's no... Well, you're wrong, Crystal. She says there isn't one thing at all that points to BK. There's no evidence presented at all. And it doesn't matter about the home either. All jury has to do is visit the area. Yeah, and by the way, the house, you know, you could probably build something and say, this is the vantage point you could have. But it doesn't even matter. They have it Pharaoh scanned in, where you can put a camera back there. Look at the way it works on a Pharaoh scan. It's just like my program here, except it's scanned in by a computer. So at the end, when it's all built, and they even get the trees and everything behind it. So... like you could actually put a camera and say, this is what he could see. Also, look at like this. See how the bank comes down? You know, I don't have that built in. But And then he went through the sliding glass door right here. This is how they could do it. Then they could go inside the house with a camera and move around. And I just think that everybody's making... But anyways, the comment up above, there isn't one thing at all that points to BK. Okay, did you forget about his DNA on the knife sheath? Did you forget about how he turned his phone off in Pullman, Washington at 2:47? And then a white Elantra matching his, and he admits to driving around, was seen in Moscow, Idaho, and missing a front license plate when it passed the A&W at 3:28. Then that same white Elantra does 4 specific loops around the 1122 King Road address. I just don't really... and then 28 minutes after the murders, his car pings south, right around in this area, right around here, after the murders, as he's heading out of town, and then he drives all the way back around and comes back. So when you say there isn't any evidence at all, your brain isn't working correctly. Yeah, that's a good one by STEM KB there. He never went back to Moscow, Idaho ever again. And he was there for another month or so. He never went back again after he'd been there 12 times prior. Wow, what a coincidence. All right, but anyways, what we'll do, we'll open it up. Oh boy, here we go. Hey, look at that. We made it to over halfway of the goal. That's good.
Recording in progress.
Still got work to do, though. I have to open up some folders and everything. Thought I was the same. All right, there we go. Zoom. And by the way, if it says call in user and you see that on your screen, you might as well hang up because I'm not answering the phone. Okay? All right, there you go. There you go. Hey, Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Right. Yeah, we've talked about that on the show before too. Man, thanks Becky for the Venmo earlier. Yeah, so I got the phone lines open here now if you want to call in. And like, what is it? I don't understand what's still so confusing to people. Forget the part about the, tearing the house down, all that kind of stuff. It's irrelevant. Okay? They're not going to keep the house up forever. And a jury will just see what's presented. And they're not going to go, can I go there? Can I go there? And if they do, it's because some wacko was watching the crazy conspiracy channels and they made it onto the jury. Because there's really, almost every other case people don't go back out there. I mean, I'd say like 80% of the time they don't do it. And this one, they don't need to. And once you take out all the furniture and everything, it changes the acoustics anyways. All right, guys, we are at 50% of the goal. So if you're out there and you can help support the channel, that would be awesome. Now, is this right here? Oh, there it is, way over here. Gotta fix that. There it is. So I fixed that from yesterday. It was kind of messed up. Wow, look at all these people that had so much to say but didn't call in. Yeah, he was there 12 times prior, 1 time during the daytime. The other 11 were late at night. I'm probably going to do another video coming up comparing Papa Rogers to Kohberger. I think Kohberger was like an incel type. He had the same, I know a lot of you women out there think he's hotter than hell, and that's why I just can't wait to see him free, because you're going to invite him over to your house really quick. But he didn't have good luck, with the ladies, he that was a joke. And by the way, why would you think I was talking to you? Like, here's the funny thing when I go, a lot of you ladies out there think Kohberger's hot, and then you go, I do not, you bastard. Hey, what? I wasn't talking to you, right? You doth protest too much. Right. Has not been used by the trolls is that the dog did it. Yeah. Oh wait, there. Okay, so call in user, you're not going to be answered, unfortunately. So don't waste your time, okay, moron? No, I'm just kidding. If you're not the troll that has that account, I'm sorry, but I get a troll that calls in with that one every single time, and All right, 216. Hello. Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Hey, who's this?
Hello. Is Bill? Is Gray?
Yeah, this is me, yeah.
How many more times are you going to do this exact same show, Gray?
Hey, what? Oh, the same show? Oh, yeah. Well, because this is what people want to talk about.
You don't have a real job,
Yeah.
Gray. We all know that.
Hey, everybody. I don't have a real. I don't have a real job, he said.
Hey, why don't you have a couple more drinks, okay? Have a couple more drinks. Have a couple more drinks. Have a couple more drinks. Why don't you drink some more drinks, okay? Why don't you have another drink, you buddy? You're so interesting.
Bye. All right. Yeah. Oh, God. What an idiot. Another troll from the internet. Now, where is that troll fund, everybody? To encourage the trolls to keep trolling, we're going to need to get that troll fund up. Okay? If not, there we go. There's Christy with the troll fund. And yeah, sorry, A. If you're calling in, if you have that number, I can't do it because, yeah, I hung up on you because your thing says call in user, A. If you call in with an actual phone number, I'll answer it. Okay? I told you, if it says call in user, I'm not going to answer the phone. Because what happens is there's a troll out there that when you answer it, I can't hang up on him, and I have to stop the entire Zoom call. We've done this before, so if you can call in with a regular number, sure. All right, 617. 617.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, who's this?
Yes, hi, it's Alec, watching a program from near Boston and over here. How you doing?
Pretty good. What's going on?
Okay, well, I wanted to, so the case has been fascinating to watch, and I like your coverage of it, and a lot of what you say definitely makes a lot of sense, but the one part I'm getting stuck on is the DoorDash driver.
Yeah, why is that stuck on you? I don't get it.
So is more information going to come out about the DoorDash driver, what time he was there, who it was, what they saw?
Well, they don't put his name in the probable cause, but you know, of course he contacted them. You know, like the DoorDash driver contacted the police and said, "Yeah, I was there. I delivered an order," and it wasn't Brian Kohberger, because if it was, then they would say on the affidavit, the probable cause, that Brian Kohberger acted as if he was a DoorDash driver, and he called us to let him know, right? But that wasn't. That's not what he did. I mean, that would have been in there, right?
Right.
Right. So it's just a guy.
So how do you see?
Yeah, go ahead.
So how do you see the DoorDash? So do you see Kohberger doing the his rounds or whatever, like driving around doing the rounds? Do you think he spotted like a car parked next to the house with the lights on? He waited, or do you think there's a chance that the DoorDash driver actually saw a vehicle also in the area somehow, and can provide some kind of more evidentiary kind of details about? Yeah, I saw a white Elantra. It was driving around the same time.
Well, I think it's possible that like he brought it. Like, I think what I've said on a lot of my videos is that like at 4:04 or so, the white Elantra was there when Kohberger came back on that his last route. So what happened? Remember how he turns around behind 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then he goes back down and does a 3-point turn. I think he was going out there to look to see like what's going on. What's there's a car and stuff. And then he pulls forward. It could be that after he turned around and drove back, the car was gone now, because it took him about a minute or so, because he stopped and he waited. So he goes back and the car's already gone, because all the DoorDash driver did was leave it at the front door and like sent a message saying it's there. So he got away quick. So it could have been right when he pulls in, he sees him, and then he goes back and turns around, and then the DoorDash driver leaves, and then Kohberger goes out to check on it, and he's gone. Then he does a 3-point turn and then drives back around and then parks at 408.
Okay.
I mean, that's just what makes sense to me.
That they crisscross. That there's a chance that they just missed each other, basically, because he was watching after he did the 3-point turn. He was watching to make sure that the car was gone.
Well, he did two 3-point turns. That's the thing. He did one 3-point turn at 500 Queen Road, number 52, behind the building there, and then he does another one at the intersection of Queen and King. So he was going to do his 4th pass, but when he drove by, it was probably like, oh shit, there's somebody there. So then he turns around. This is just speculation on my part. Then he turns around behind 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then he goes back out, and then he looks and sees that the car isn't there anymore. So then he tries to turn around or park, but he wasn't able to. Then he goes straight ahead, forward, does a 3-point turn at Queen and King Road, and then heads on out back, and then goes all the way back around 500 Queen Road, and then parks. I mean, have you seen my videos where I show the looping and all that stuff?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. I'm just curious if you know the timeline of actually when the DoorDash driver was there.
No.
To make the timeline kind of sync up with, okay, the DoorDash driver left the order at 4:05 a.m. or 4 whatever it was, and he was making his last round, and maybe just missed the driver, or maybe the driver saw the car. And the point is, this might come out like in court, probably, right? They're gonna have this guy on the stand, probably. I would imagine. I mean, his I'm not sure how much he can bring to the table in terms of evidence or anything, but that was just something that kind of was curious about. Anyway, I'll hang up and listen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they haven't never given out the exact time yet, but I know that they know the time for sure. Because he would have sent the text message, "Hey, your delivery's here," right as he's dropping it off, right? And sort of interesting that his name doesn't show up on the probable cause, especially the one from Pennsylvania, because they put everybody else's name, including the guy that drove the private drive share person or whoever it was who gave Madison and Kaylee a ride home from the grub truck. Yeah.
Right.
So his is the only name, but I could see that guy. He probably was like, "I need my name private," because I mean, who knows what the reason would be, but he's there right at the time, so they probably don't want his name out there. He's probably under the gag order situation where the other guy is just kind of
he was.
Yeah,
he was basically the last person to see them, alive. Well, not see them, but he was the last person there, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That was right there.
Another person, because Dylan was right there too, and so was.
Well, you're right, but he was he basically was the last person that could see the car and could, by chance, just by circumstance, maybe even see the car driving up and parking up there. I mean, I'm not sure what he saw, but. It was dark as hell too. I mean,
yeah.
So it's just it's interesting. Well, anyway,
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Man, what happened to you guys? What happened to all the freaks? When we get the trolls coming on, the troll funds and everything, help support the channel. Man, it's just an absolute struggle again, for no reason whatsoever. All right, let's try this one. All right, this is call-in user.
Hello.
Is this A?
Hello.
Yeah, who's this?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. What's going on?
It is. Hold on. I guess I need to so I know you thought I was a guy.
Yeah, I always thought you were. I don't know. Have you called in before, though? Maybe I just didn't remember.
Never called in before.
I think I did think you were a guy.
Called into yeah, everybody does, by the way I write. I've actually never called into a YouTube show before, but I just love your show so much.
Well, thank you.
So I've been a lawyer for 30 years, to let you know. So I think you're amazing, and you obviously you think like a lawyer, which is wonderful. I'm I'm not as happy about tearing the house down as you are. But
I'm not happy about it. It just doesn't bother me, is what I'm saying. It's just
it only bothers me because I know how dumb juries can be, and you only need one. You just need one guy who doesn't know anything about the case, who said, "I don't understand the CGI and this and that," and I don't know. It just bothered me that they did it because I didn't understand why they did it. And I hear what you're saying on the appeal, but the thing is, with the appeal record, that's just going to go up with the record that gets created. That's not going to be, new evidence. It's going to be the record that gets created at trial, and his lawyers on appeal are definitely going to be different lawyers than the ones that are representing him at trial.
Yeah, but aren't they going to say, "Wow, we need that house up too"?
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, the truth is that that the defense lawyers now are pleased as punch that they knocked the house down.
Yeah, but they agreed to do it, though. They wanted it to be. Yeah.
They definitely did. But the appellate lawyers are going to say, "Hey, we lost all this great evidence, and we needed that evidence." See, they're going to play against their own team because it's a different set of lawyers. Are going to say ineffective assistance of counsel. They should have objected to knocking the house down. Now we'll never know all the exculpatory stuff that was in there. That's what I think that's going to happen on appeal. I mean, I assume he will be convicted. I do worry that it does make it slightly more possible for a hung jury because they knocked it down. That's all. I mean, I think the case is overwhelming that he's guilty. I mean, I can never believe anybody talking about,
So, what kind of attorney are you?
Well, I started off doing criminal work originally, but then, I switched into, more civil stuff and
where you make the big bucks, where the money comes in. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, but actually I'm retired now and I don't really practice anymore.
Yeah.
But I think the case is fascinating. I think your coverage of the case is fascinating. I just love listening to your show. I support what you're doing. The only reason I think the sheath isn't, I mean, just to kind of pivot to the sheath, because the reason I think it's interesting is, I don't know, a few weeks ago you were talking about how maybe the sheath didn't have anything on it at all. It was like clean with just the DNA. And I thought that was a really interesting theory. If it was possibly true, that would sort of lend itself to the idea that he left it intentionally. But then I started thinking, what's the chances that there's nothing on that sheath except for his, you know, the DNA that he would have left on the snap? I mean, what are the chances of that? It's not very high. So, and then I think the other thing that made me think, I think you're right, that he went back. He went up to get it, couldn't find it. I don't know why he didn't turn the light on. Maybe he was freaked out by all the noise. So he doesn't see it. He goes back down. He hears that there's still, you know, someone's still alive. Xana maybe is still alive. And he goes in and either goes in to check and sees her finally die, or he actually finishes killing her and then he leaves. And that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that was in that last video,
know.
the video I made before.
Right.
The last video. I mean, that's the only scenario I can come up with that makes the, well, but then I have to, see, my thing is I really believe that he left the knife sheath there intentionally, but the only way to make the it's okay, I'm going to help you theory work is if he left it there accidentally, because he wouldn't go back up looking for it, right?
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. That's why I think that's very interesting to me. Like what was going on there. And then the drive back by the next day, which the other user talked about, that he never came back to Moscow, except for the very next day when he drove by in the morning before anything had been discovered. I mean, he's so guilty, dead to rights, it's not even close. I don't envy his defense attorneys, but I do think they're probably good lawyers, so it's, you know, they're gonna have a dogfight over everything. It's good, but you know, just what can they really say? I mean, I know we don't know a lot, but it just, I mean, everything that just what we know now is so overwhelming.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. Why do you think that other people don't think that? I mean, to me, I think I probably do think, a lot of people do comment sometimes like, wow, Gray should help the prosecutors, or, I mean, they comment all the time, like, you should make one of these presentations for them because the jury would understand this one. And to me, it's just really kind of simple. Like, not, you know, it's not the most simple case, but to me, it's not a really difficult one. When you see how everything's laid out, it's just clear. It's a great probable cause document. I mean, I'm sure if they'd waited another month, they'd have way more to put in it. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's not just the probable cause document, but your drive-through and all of the video that you took when you went to the location itself. I mean, it really illuminated like how close his car could be to the windows so that he could see in and at different vantage points. And that, I mean, basically he could just have eyes on what was going on in that house from all angles. And it's yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not, I don't know. I can't hypothesize. I think I'm not really part of the true crime community. I just found this case to be particularly disturbing, and it caught my eye. I think a lot of people in the community are very enamored by, you know, conspiracy theories and all sorts of, you know, if he knows that I know that he, and they never want to just see the linear straight line, but it's really overwhelmingly obvious that he committed the murder.
I feel. I mean, I know this intuitively and instinctually, but it's cool to hear like somebody else that's an actual attorney who feels the same way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do not envy his defense team, and also, I mean, I think we chatted about this on chat a few months ago, but I mean, when, you know, in one of the lives, but what about the circumstances surrounding his arrest? I mean, being arrested with the gloves on, separating
we
his trash into baggies.
definitely brought that up on I think one of my videos and on the show. Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. I don't know if you and I have talked about it, but yeah,
we did. We talked about it back in the fall.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I just can only imagine what evidence is in Pennsylvania that came from Pennsylvania. It's not even in the probable cause affidavit. I mean, it's going to be a lot. And I think people just need to sort of make peace with the fact that this man is very obviously guilty. He's seriously mentally ill. I mean, in my opinion,
now you're gonna make people go, oh, so maybe he can get off an insanity.
I don't think so. I don't think that's available in Idaho, actually.
Yeah.
Somebody actually raised, I don't think that's an available defense in Idaho, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think he'll ever see daylight. It just bothered me that they knocked the house down, because I think, gosh, to find a jury, I mean, I don't think this case is going to get tried in Moscow. I'm sure it will get moved, which means it's not going to be necessarily a town that has a lot of economic, consideration for the University of Idaho. And that might matter, because you get a jury in Boise or whatever, and you get to find people who don't really know a lot about the case or even anything about the case. I mean, that might be a less sophisticated jury pool, and that might be people that wanted to see the house and don't like graphics. I mean, I don't know. I just don't get the urgency on it. But I understand that it's like it's done now, but they will live with that decision.
Yeah. Well, my thing is it was a decision made, but the technology that they have now I think would even be more impressive to the jury. They'd probably be happy they don't have to go out there to a scene that's, I mean, the judge signed off on, the defense probably signed off on it because they're probably happy. It probably makes it look more guilty for some reason. Like, you're in this creepy place, and then they can start picturing Kohberger, So they went in there and measured everything, and they got everything figured out. And so they signed off on it. The prosecution signed off on it. They have these incredible models of it. So hopefully there'll be people on the jury that are just kind of really impressed with, like, wow, look, it's almost like being there. This is amazing.
Right. Well, yeah, and I mean, that also, you're right, and I don't disagree with you. I'm not saying, like, he's not going to get convicted. I think it would be a shock if he didn't get convicted quickly, actually, as soon as they, go back and deliberate. But the appeal, this will be raised on appeal. Is it going to be a winning argument? I don't know. I mean, a lot of it depends on what comes into trial and who says what and blah, blah, blah. I mean, just facts we don't know yet.
It just feels like the thing is, I think it's like the DNA. If the DNA doesn't have any, I think that's, for me, the DNA, I think it's solid, but that's the thing that the defense is going to try to go after the most is the DNA. Because the DNA, that with the circumstantial evidence of a white Elantra driving around without a front license plate, him turning off his phone from 2:47 until 3:48, I think, or 4:48. So he turned it off from 2:47 to 4:48, and his phone's heading south away from. So you put all the circumstantial evidence together, the DNA on the sheath absolutely proves that he was in the house. And to me, because the circumstantial chain of information is so strong that it places him there circumstantially, and then, by the way, his DNA was found on a knife sheath in the bedroom. I mean, it's huge, right? So.
Huge. It's huge. And this whole thing with the genetic genealogy, I don't really think that's going to work very well for them, because regardless of whether or not, that's untested and doesn't have a lot of case law behind it and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, right.
When they did the buccal swab on the day of arrest, it ratified what the genetic genealogy showed.
and so all it is it's a lead, apparently. Like, the defense just puts it's like the genealogist finds they call it a lead, although it's the greatest lead in the history you could ever imagine. But it's like, hey, and then here's the name of the person. Now it's up to you guys to prove if that's him or not. And it was, boom, okay, wow, he was a professor at in Pullman, Washington. He had been in the area. I guess I don't know when they did the phone information, but that's all part of it. That he'd been in the area using the same cellular resources as the house 12 different times, and it leads to the house, and then they go to the house and they find the parents' DNA in the garbage can, and it matches. Then that was enough to get a warrant, and then they were able to get a what do you call it? Multiple buccal swabs, and then they compared it to the original DNA that was found on the knife sheath, and it was 100% match. So how can you? Right. So it almost doesn't matter. Like the defense wants to see the work product of the trees and all the people that were on the family tree and everything, and for what reason? It doesn't even make any sense, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, I wonder, I guess we'll never know the answer to this, but I really wonder how much of this is like, Ann Taylor was, hey, look, like, let's get a deal. Let's cut a deal that spares you the death penalty and get this, cleared off the books. You're not going to walk from this. But then if you've got a client who says, no, I want to go to trial, I mean, it's their call. Mm-hmm. And if that's the case, and this guy, he knows just enough, so he thinks he's an expert. Plus, we are dealing with somebody who has profound, in my opinion, issues mentally. So he could be insisting that they chase down every rabbit trail, not necessarily like that they think these are such great arguments, but that maybe he's sort of assisting, quote unquote, in his defense in that way. And it's got to be hard for them. I don't know. It would be an absolute shock. Yeah, a shock of what? Finish that sentence. It would just be an absolute shock if the trial went any way other than what you've been talking about for the last almost Guilty. 18 months. I mean, yeah. And the thing is, it's my opinion that Brian Kohberger is the killer, and everybody goes, "What about innocent until proven guilty?" The Proberger type. Yeah. But they never said that. That's right. In any other cases. But I agree, right? Like, in the court of law, he's innocent until proven guilty. But my 100%. Opinion is he's guilty. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. He is not adjudicated guilty until a jury of his peers finds him so, and he's presumed innocent. But even under the standard of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very, very high standard, I don't think it's going to be difficult for the prosecution to meet that burden. But even so, I would have taken, if it were up to me, the more cautionary approach of preserving all evidence, just to make sure, extra sure, belt and suspenders approach, mm-hmm. that he's not getting out. But, it's done now. So, but I feel like, I've taken up too much time. I really appreciate your show. Well, I think people like listening to you. I could sit here and keep talking to you. There's actually nobody else has called in, by the way. So, if you have any more thoughts, what else you got? God, it's like I said in the beginning. I mean, I have so many things. I had read I don't remember even where now because this case happened over a year ago. But I had read that Kaylee Gonsalves had been very interested in true crime. Mm-hmm. I wonder about whether or not she had ever run into him in some capacity. I wonder if his intention in getting the internship at the Pullman PD was always because he knew he was going to commit the murders and he wanted to be on the inside, sort of Dexter-like. He wanted to be inside the police department as an intern when all this was being investigated so that he could either thwart it or see what was going on. I don't know. I always thought he actually chose to go to Pullman specifically. Like, he might have gone there, the whole Bundy thing from Pennsylvania to Washington, but before going there, he may have already sort of scoped out a few people that he was interested in. Something like that. Yeah. I think so. Mm-hmm. And that's why maybe he chose to, he goes there, but he knows he's going to go off campus even into a different state, although it's only like 9 miles away, to commit the murders.
Right. I mean, so I in your video recap, you had talked about how he had gotten his Washington cell number. I believe it was June of 22, and I was just curious. Do you know, or has it come out at all, like from when he obtained that cell phone number? When did he actually physically move to Washington? Was it then, or did he not move until later in the summer?
I don't know. I thought maybe he got there in June at some point myself, but I don't know the exact date on that.
It would be interesting to know, like, how much of this was planned, and the entire purpose of going there is used. I agree with you. I mean, I think that it's just too cute by half and too coincidental, given the survey that he posted on Reddit and the timing of his graduation for his master's, that he picks the state where, you know, Ted Bundy started everything. Now, why he ended up migrating over to Moscow as opposed to staying in Pullman for his murder, I mean, who knows? He obviously targeted. I mean, I think he had in mind one or two of these, you know, young women. It's just tragic and horrifying. Especially, I mean, I know you mentioned your son. I have grown children myself, and college-age kids, and there's just nothing more terrifying as a parent than to think of something like that happening when your kids are off at school and they're supposed to be safe and having the time of their lives, and to think that they could be in a situation like that is just unfathomable.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I don't spend a lot of time doing, but when I do, like literally just thinking about them and how it was for them at that moment. You know, like you remember those times where you've had too much to drink and you're just a little bit buzzed and something, and then just try to picture that somebody's coming in and just attacking you, and then maybe Kaylee wakes up and her heart's beating really hard because she sees what's going on, and then it's just brutal. You know, it's hard to even fathom what they went through in there.
No, it's unspeakable, and it's beyond tragic. And I've been very, very, very sympathetic to Steve Gonsalves and the family, and particularly them, because they have been such a strong vocal voice in support of the victims. And I had a lot of sympathy for him. I mean, I know that there was people who've criticized, and I get the criticism. Of course, I understand that, but I also can only imagine what I would be like if I were in that position. And you know, all of the families, the Kernodles, the Chapins, I mean, they've all been, you know, just amazing. Mogans, all of them. And I don't know, I feel tremendous compassion for the families, that this shouldn't be happening to them, and this never should have happened. And kind of, if I'm honest, it kind of makes me mad that the parents helped him move out to Washington. I don't think that they didn't know that there was something deeply wrong with him. That's my opinion. But just based on what I've read, I find it hard to imagine they didn't kind of suspect he was maybe not somebody who they wanted to be 1,000 miles away. It was better if his dad kept his eye on him.
I could see him.
He cared a lot about what his dad thought.
I could see Kohberger coming across as sort of just kind of introverted, but seemingly smart or something. So people just kind of let it go. I mean, he made it all the way into a doctorate program somehow. You know.
True.
So I mean, I don't know.
True.
What do you think? I mean, the thing is, I think he's an incel. I think he's one of those people that feels really like always rejected, and now he's exacting his revenge on women. You know, because they always ignored him. Yeah. Something like that. That's my opinion.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, no, I agree. My opinion is the same. I wonder about, like, you know, the New York Times, this is over a year ago, did a pretty in-depth article on his writings when he was just entering puberty, about this visual snow and this sort of I mean, I don't know how you would describe it, but like sort of a psychotic break where he was very much aware that he was not able to sort of experience emotions in a normal way. And he was writing about this, and they excerpted a lot of his writings, and it was really tragic because you've got this like 14-year-old kid who's clearly struggling with very serious mental health issues. And at some point it was reported he turned to heroin.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I wondered to myself, was his use of heroin done to sort of, stop thoughts of grandiose violence of the type he perpetrated last November? And was he on drugs at the time he committed the murder? Was he on heroin? Because people who know more about heroin than I do say that's typically something that's going to mellow you out. But I don't really know, like, what was his condition and what was his thought process in taking drugs? What was he trying to tamp down by being by using
I think he was
a drug
totally
like heroin
sober, in my opinion. I think this is how
when he committed the murder.
Yeah,
right.
I think he's just got a lot of anger, and this allowed him to be jacked up and have adrenaline, and he's ready to commit the murders. I mean, he seemed almost antsy the way he was driving around, and he had to do things. Yeah. See, my opinion is every time he drove around, he'd wait 3 minutes or so. The first 2 times he waited 3 minutes, or the first time, and he waits there, and he's just like, man, the lights aren't turning off. Yeah. Then he drives away, and then one time on the last one at when he got there at, I think it was 2:40. Let's see, 3:39. He goes, I got to kill some extra time. So he intentionally drove further away, perhaps, so that he was forced to, because he couldn't control himself. He knows himself, so he can't control himself. And that's why he was doing the loops too, because it forces him to kill another 4 minutes or so on the loops, because if he sat there, he knew that he would just jump out of his car and go do it. And then I think that's just my visualization of him. And then the third loop took way longer, and I think when he came back there, he's starting to see motion. But when he drove around, he saw that Kaylee and Madison's light, or Madison's room light, was off. So now he was excited about it. So he was just going to do that same loop again to give them more time to be asleep. So to kill time, he does that loop again, and he comes back, and then he sees sort of like maybe that's when the DoorDash driver is walking around the front. But man, he didn't want to wait any longer now, man. It's already 4 something. If he keeps waiting, people start getting up. So he was just, he was going to do it that night.
Yeah, I think so. And I just wonder that, I mean, of course we don't know, but I suspect that you're right, and that he wasn't on anything like heroin at the time that he committed the murders, because I believe that he did. And I wonder if he had been, if he wouldn't have done it. Like, would he have been a little less jittery, a little less jumpy, a little bit more sedated, and not necessarily so violently
Are you making a
monstrous
pitch to legalize drugs? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I just wondered if maybe that's how he ended up going on heroin, was because he was having violent thoughts and fantasies, and he knew they were wrong. And maybe driving around the house several times was a manifestation of the fact that even in his deeply, in my opinion, psychotic state, he recognized that this is not the right thing to do. And he was just, I don't know, just jacking himself up to do it. I don't know. It's a horrible thing to think about. I just don't ever want him to get out of jail again.
But I do think he was waiting for the lights to go off, though. So it could have been on the first loop, maybe the second one, because he'd want to make sure, when he got there, he wouldn't know. So 3:31, he might have been like, okay, I'll do one loop around, and when I come back, if those lights are still off, I'm going in. But they weren't ever off. They weren't off until because Dylan says that they were all in bed around 4. So there you go. And so that's what I'm saying. So they're in bed at 4.
Yeah.
That's probably when the lights were about off. So that would mean that maybe on the 357 loop he saw it was off, but he knows that the last time they weren't. So he's going to give it a little more time and just make one last trip, kind of get everything in his mind of what he's going to do. And that's when he came back around. But then it was altered a bit. That's why he turned around, drove in the front, did the 3-point turn, and then came back around. There was something that threw him off a little bit.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I think your forensic analysis on everything has been really interesting and very in depth. And I like also the fact that, like, even though you've got a lot of conspiracy theorists constantly coming at you, I mean, this thing with like the sheath is a great example of sort of being able to sort of see both sides of it. And and I just think in a way his intent would actually help distill what happened in the sequence of, did he go up and then come back down, or how did that work? But I do think if it was accidental and he comes back down, that makes what Dylan heard make the most sense.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know that we'll ever know the answer to that. I just, like, as I said, I'm not really in favor of the death penalty, but I am 100% in favor of this man never, ever getting out of prison again. He's a terrible danger to society.
Yeah, but a lot of these people wouldn't mind if he lived at their house for a while, because he's totally innocent. Somebody in the chat up there, I can't remember your name, but why don't you, if he gets out, I expect you to invite him over and hang out at your house for a good month or so. All right?
There you go. I think there's a lot of people who are able to be very sympathetic to him because they know that at the end he's in jail and they're safe in their house. But if he was their next door neighbor, they would feel very differently.
Yeah. No, exactly. I would say the same thing with judges who allow, like, sex offenders out and then they offend almost immediately. I always think to myself, I wonder how quickly that same judge would let that sex offender out if he was required to let him live at his house for a month prior to him making that decision.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he'd probably be like,
oops,
my arm. He'll just make some excuse, and then the guy is in there for life, But anyway.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's fun. It was fun calling you, and I think totally different about you now for some reason. You're actually fun. It
was great, and I told you, I guess a couple of weeks ago, I swear if this case goes to trial, I'm going to Idaho at least to see one day of it, and
I'll definitely
see you there. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Thank you so much, and just keep up the good fight you're doing. I mean, I really appreciate you, and I think it's excellent that you've put so many great videos together. And I think for people who've been paying attention, I mean, it really has helped illuminate so much. And it's, as you said, I mean, it's not really a close call.
Yeah.
It's just not.
Yeah.
But
what's your real name? You said it at the beginning. Can you say it, or you don't want to?
Oh, no, I don't think I said it.
I thought you said your first
not.
name. I thought you said your real name when you called in. Okay, never mind.
Maybe I don't think so, but I will. Well, maybe.
Well, send me an email or something. Send me an email and I'll tell you.
Slip. Okay, yes, sounds good. All right, thank you so much.
Well, thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Have a good night. Bye.
Bye. Oh, that's everybody. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I like that. That was fun. That's how, it's like, it's neat to have somebody that actually knows the significance of the probable cause document, not the crazy wackos. Listen, if you're getting your information from, characters, literally characters dressed up in costumes, you're probably not onto the right path, okay? All right, 303, you're on.
Hey, what's up, Greg?
Not much. Who's this?
It's Jiblon from Denver.
What's going on?
How are you, man? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah,
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah. Everybody else can hear you too.
Yeah, I'll make it. I'll make it short and sweet, but you're doing a great job, dude. I love your channel. I chip in anytime I can, and I want you and the freaks and all of us to have a great 2024.
Yeah, well, thank you. You have a great one yourself. What do you?
I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck the hell a gigawatt is.
Yeah, you type that in the chat a lot.
I know. It's just the inside joke, with Marty McFly. Remember when he was an asshole? But anyway, man, but just keep up doing the good work. I love the freaks. I love the scholarship. I love the channel. I love the driving around. I love everything.
Nice.
So I just wanted, just real quick. So.
Well, thank you.
I'll let you go, man.
I appreciate
Keep following the show, man. I love you, brother. And I love Blue. He's my boy.
He's your boy, Blue. Okay, all right.
Yeah, man.
All right, man.
Right on, Gray.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Bye. All right. I don't know what you're saying, Janice, up there when you said, but you were dismissing this human from the beginning. Open your mind, Gray. Is that being sarcastic or what? Not sure what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're referring to. Let's see. Goofy girl. You mean Kohberger? I'm not sure what the hell you're talking about. Man, I try to make sense every once in a while. Just it's weird. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, Old School is a good movie. Anybody want to see any of the videos driving around out there? Anybody? Anybody at all? Yeah, you do? Well, we still got this. We got this one right here. This is the... If you haven't seen this and you're just randomly watching right here. Yeah, well, I was out there. The hotel accommodations, they're, we're all right. I stayed over at the place that I said I wasn't staying at because I didn't want the trolls, but the trolls listen and go, oh, he really was there. I mean, what a bunch of wackos. Anyways, this is one of the last shots of the house here. And right here, see this spot right here? This is where it's really steep. I mean, I don't know if you can see. Look at the angle there. Isn't that ridiculous almost? Look at that. I mean, this is almost at the... I mean, it's almost a 45-degree angle right there. And then this is where the car apparently tried to turn around or park somewhere around here. And then it goes down to this intersection. This house right here is the... If you zoom in on it, that little light... Oh, you can't see. Let me get rid of the zoom crap. Okay, right up there. That's where the 112 King Road camera was right there. And then right here, let me go back just a little bit. Okay, so this is Queen Road right here, and this is where, just at this intersection right here, that the 3-point turn was done. And right up here is where the media was supposed to film the destruction of the home, because the house is right there and you could see it. And then this is Taylor Avenue coming up here. Look how close Sigma Chi is. Let me go back a little bit. That's my kid there. And there's Sigma Chi. It's really close. I mean, that's Banfield. That's where those kids were playing around, or, that were pulled over by the cops or whatever. And then you go up around the corner here. And now you can see, look how easily you can see the house right there. Makes you wonder if that's where he... at 9 in the morning if he drove by up here. But I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. Because now I'm thinking about it. Wouldn't that be in the probable cause where when he went back at 9 in the morning, he also went on Willanta Drive. Seems like they would mention that. So it could just be that I don't know. Oh, there's Google Earth right there. Could be like he drove in and he just kind of came down like this and could see if there's any activity going on. Or even from right here. Let's see. If you're right up here and drove on this road, I don't know if you can go around. Let me see if I go by where Sigma Chi is. Let's say you're right here. Could you see? I think you can from up here. You should be able to see across. That's 500 Queen Road right there. Hold on, let me go down the next area. So that their house should be right here. And maybe that time of year you can see through there. Oh, there it is. Right there. Boom. Even has the wood on the house. So driving by right here, you can see the 1122 King Road residence in the background. Way back here. And by the way, thanks during that time I was on the phone call there to Sirius Black, Allison Cosgrove, and Lanky Tor gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Mama 457 Rose, Tina Williams, Broken Scout, Karina Gates, Peter Jean Darcy, Lisa Valenzuela, Super Soda, Christy, Simply Me, during that time there. Yeah. Still don't know what you're referring to, Jenny Jacomb, about your comment up above. I'm trying to figure it out. Has anyone seen the video on YouTube that shows BK's email address taken from the dark web? I've heard about stuff like that. Just from different people that have emailed me. That. I mean, I think these 360-degree cameras should be required. I mean, they're just absolutely incredible what they can do. Put them on top of cop cars, and then when they pull up the scenes, you can look at it later and see what the hell happened. What was that one? Oh, that's when I was there in... oh, okay. Let's see what this one looks like. That's just... That's nothing. I'm looking at another... This was from my... I went there in September also. Let's see what this one has. Oh yeah, so I was there in September. Look at the difference in the trees there. Did kind of the same thing, but I think I then went back through. Yeah, now I'm back behind there. So here it is. You're coming, walking around behind. This is King Road, or Queen Road, 500 Queen Road, number 52 is right there. And this is exactly where Kohberger's vehicle, White Elantra, did another 3-point turn, but this isn't the one. They just say that he turned around here. The 3-point turn that they referenced was over there. And this isn't the time when the crazy person came out of the apartment, but right up here is where the camera is. I'll show you. Another time, this guy came running out and tried to grab my phone. A nut job. Okay, there it is, right there. There's the camera. And then if you turn it around right here, look at, that's almost exactly the same shot that you see on the surveillance, where the White Elantra comes driving up right there. It turns around right in this area. See? And now I walk back over here. That's where it came around. And then you see this opening here. At the beginning, none of us really knew that there was this space here that you could drive around. It looked like it was blocked back there. Hey, thanks, April. First super on a live stream. Man, I feel good. It makes me feel honored that you thought, wow, first time you ever did it on this show. That camera was doing some weird things. Look what it's doing with the motorcycle here. Like, yeah, and it's totally different this time of year. And you see, this time of year it's a little bit harder to see through, but even now you can see. See, it's not quite the same, but okay. Let's see, Mavic Mini, GoPro. Oops, these have to be opened up with VLC player because they're using. I'm not sure what this one is. These are just dry. This is us leaving, I think. '27. I think that's the good one. Open with VLC player. There we go. My camera is areas pulling in. Alright, so let me. So I know we're about to go on to Linda Lane here. So now we're on the Palouse River Drive. I don't know if the name changes right here from something else. Don't know about that. Pretty dark. Look how dark it is out there without the lights on. Maybe I hope I do the whole trip right here. Let's see. So right now we're on the Palouse River Drive. Going to turn left to get up to Indian Hills Drive here. Well, I think we take this left right here. There wasn't another car on the road. Here it is, right here. That night. Oh. Bet money on that. When he made this turn. This is exactly how he went right here. Man, that's dark. It's just... Yeah, Genesis has been good at the co-pilot. So I think I'm live streaming and I'm recording with my GoPro. Other than that, absolutely fantastic. Except for the struggling. Alright, here we go. Coming up here, we're on, we'll be getting onto Indian Hills Drive soon. There'd be no cars here, probably no lights on the trees, on the houses. Because this would have been in November 13th. Most people don't put their lights on that early. All right, so let's see if we can do the timing right here. This little hill here, we took a left. Oh, that was so crazy. On my clock. On the video, it was 3:28 right when I looked up, but we're gonna turn left. Movement, stuff happening. I think, yeah. That's why it's sometimes better when you're driving around at like 11 at night. There isn't any. I even know this in the dark now, because that's why I'm saying. That's why I know Kohberger went there, drove around many times, and that's how he knew that how to get around. On the roads anymore. This is only 7:30. Right, so hold on. So right here is where the camera is on the left. Okay, So right now it's 3:50 on the video. So let's just pretend it is 3:26. Okay, so that means at 5:50ish we should be at the A&W, right? You know, around that time. We don't know if it's exactly 2 minutes or something, right? But on my video right now it's 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and that means at 5 minutes and 50 seconds ish we should be at the A&W, right?
On a house.
So here we go. Man, you can't see a damn thing out there.
We're now on Indian Hills Drive.
Oh, there we go. The light that came on for a second.
And one of these places you can look down and see the police station.
I think I did it during the day,
and people
too.
make a deal out of that. Like, what would he be doing, by the way? Parking his car, using binoculars, looking at the police station, counting their vehicles, and maybe one of them, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, people think up here he was looking at the police station. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. Plus, it was night. What would he see at the police station?
So anyways, right here is we're still on Indian Hills Drive.
Now, there's no lights. There's no street lights.
It's weird how the numbers drop so dramatically. We'll have like 450, then 350, then 418, and you pick all these routes that's kind of like no-brainer stuff. Once you know the route, you don't have to do a lot of thinking.
Like, he would just have to keep going left, 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 left again. I mean, this is almost exactly what he did on the loops. It's pretty wild. Here, let me show you what we're doing right now, so it's just not totally random crap. Let me see. Right here. So when he got to Moscow, he went like this. He drove through that intersection right here, and look at it, it's all lefts again. Take that left. This, I guess there's a right here. So you have to know that one, and then it's left, 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 left on Steiner, and like that. So we had just passed, this is 700 Indian Hills Drive. We're driving around up in this area. And right now we're at 5:04, so we're about a minute 15 into that trip.
And here we go. Turning left on Steiner.
That's right. So here we go. That's the Steiner now.
The next past the A&W.
And Steiner is right there.
76 station.
See this? We're driving just like this
hopefully
right now.
people watching can get a better feel for it. We did this during the day too, so I have day footage on my GoPro that you'll be able to see.
Thanks, Danielle. That's right. If you guys want to help support the channel to allow me to keep doing this stuff,
look like we're hitting that
would be awesome.
But thanks for the effort,
all right,
guys.
So look at right here. Look at right now. It's 5:56. So we're at 2 minutes and 6 seconds, and there's A&W right there. You see how that just absolutely matches? Right now, at that time of night, this is just a stop sign where you just look. I have to wait because there's cars coming. Right, so it's really close, you know. So look, I have to wait for all these cars. Yeah. He would have been able to go almost immediately. And then right here is A&W on the right. Okay, so that took me 2 minutes and 24 seconds, which is exactly right there with what the probable cause said. It said he drove by at 226 at 700 Indian Hills Road or Lane, and then drove by the A&W or that same intersection 2 minutes later at 328. Right? So this has just been 2 minutes and 20 seconds here. They're not using seconds when they tell us something. They're just probably using the first major number. Like if it's 228 and 40 seconds, they're just going to say 228. They probably have the exact numbers for trial.
We get somebody to join.
And now we're on.
Don't see that.
A&W, the cameras.
So right now we went through this intersection. We're about to go like this, which merges into his normal loop that he would do.
That has the cameras at that intersection. But
And there it is. Boom. It curves up like that.
Or 4 cameras on that building. And there were reporters hanging around.
No, exactly. M10. There's no doubt about that. I can tell you that the first night that I went there in September, I got lost off of Willanta Drive and how to get back around. Even though I'd worked out what the loop was prior to going there, I still got lost back there. And it wasn't until about the 3rd time where I was like, okay, I got it now. Got it. And what's interesting about it was when I went out there 3 months later, I knew exactly how to do it. I still had it in my memory of exactly how to drive around. And this time I went to a whole bunch of different places.
We are now at Taylor Avenue. Real simple stuff, over and over and over and over and over.
She doesn't have any exculpatory evidence, William. They said maybe she has that. What makes you think she has exculpatory evidence?
And the subsequent 3 other passes at...
All right, now we're about to go by Band Field. Oh, but watch this, though.
357 and 405-ish. So here we go. We're just now passing Band Field.
Okay, Band Field. So right around this area would have been the 329, and that really only takes a minute or so, but we had to stop and wait.
And if you remember when those kids were pulled over, it was right next to a fire hydrant.
Yeah, because right when we drove by there, it was 7:20, so that would have been about 3 minutes after 3:50, right? 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So again, at 3:29, the vehicle is seen off of this camera right here on Linda Lane, filming out to Taylor Avenue when it drove by. And that's what I think they're referring to this camera when it says it enters the area. They see it again. Even though it's way down the street here, you can see it. And it's likely one of the only vehicles on the road. And because of the timing of it turning and driving by here, they know that's the same vehicle. How do you know it wasn't parked here for hours, Gray? Oh, boy.
Which is right about here, and there's the dumpster. So there's a fire hydrant to my left. And
Hey, where did A go? There. She's not even in the chat, man.
To the left, and that's the dumpster. You see these other kids walk by
now
at around 3 in the morning.
I don't know what it was. I was always reading her comments totally differently before. And here we are. We're turning on to King Road. This is what it looks like in the dark.
Back there again. But apparently this is where
media that's where the media
will get to hang out. And apparently you can film directly across
so you can see the house right across it. It's that white spot right through there.
You can see the house right through there. You can actually see it right there. It's pretty easy. Yeah, it's just dark. What a weird house, man. What a weird house that is.
See Sigma Chi right in front of us there. Oh, and I'm already leaving again.
It's not even level when you're looking at it. Some of the walls, they're almost like...
I'm not sure why I'm going right on Taylor here, but let's see. There must be a reason. Oh. Starting over.
The camera
is that the... Oh yeah, and then there's one more right here. Oh, I think I pulled over here. That's right. Remember when I pulled over, you guys, and I was just chatting on doing the live stream right here? Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, that's that. I think you just do like a...
That's just when I get pulled over. No, that's when. Look at that. That's the That's the car wash we went in. I think. It's terrible. Hey guys, is this even interesting to you guys? I mean, we can talk about the other stuff too. Thinking maybe people wanted to watch some of this again. Oh yeah, this is when we drove way up into the hills up there. Actually, this is the route that somebody suggested. Maybe he dumped the knife and bloody clothing or something. It's this one right here. This route is this one right here. Way out like this. And then it comes right back on over here. And that kills those 15 minutes of missing time if you just drove that route. Am I singing in there? Forget, I'm not playing that. Let's see. Oh, this might be when we just... Oh, that's right. This is when we went... That's not that route, but I do have that one filmed. This is when we went up... we took this road, I think, right here. Yeah, Paradise Ridge Road. Drove this all the way up and end up in the mountains up in here. It's 37 degrees. That's just pure ice, but I got studded snow tires. So it's like driving on cement. Doesn't have any. I think this ends up driving by the cell towers. That's where it ends. Yep. Right? That happens. I mean, that's that. I'm just trying to find. That was kind of fun. Okay, we did that one. 26. Oh yeah, let's try that one. The 26 when we just got there. Oh, was it recording that whole time? Like when we were going to go to the bathroom. Let's see. Oh, this is Steiner Avenue route again. This is the back way. Let me try the 27. Early. Hard to see when it's dark like that. Okay, this is. I'm not sure why I'm singing. I don't remember singing. Oh yeah, I was turning around. Steiner, I think, right? There we go. Something different. Alright, let's see what this one. We're now on. Oh wow, I got like 90 videos. River Drive. And this might be how we came in. Okay, this might be it right here. Here's Conestoga right here on the left. So Conestoga, that's where he would have came out from. In that early morning when he was leaving. He'd come out right to the left there, go straight down here, and he took a right on 95. That's what they had in the probable cause. In the his first pass that night, or he's first discovered on a camera on Nursery Street. In the 700 block of Nursery Street. So a lot of the stuff he was doing overlapped. Hey, thanks, William, other movements that he did, so that it would be easy to remember. So, for example, like right now, we'll be passing Highway 95, and when he left that night, he likely just took a right here. But he also could have continued on, as we showed on some shows where there's other ways to right, so this might be the that same route. Highway 95 now we're turning here, it looks like. Are we turning? No, we should go straight through this. So this is how he would have got to Indian Hills Drive right here. I have a feeling he was picked up on a lot more cameras than
then he realized, and I think law enforcement has a ton of cameras. That
Yeah,
there's a launch
I do
that's
too,
picked up
Gray.
on, and it'll be really clear that it's the same car moving around, moving from one camera to the other, like a scene in a movie.
Yeah, they'll just be able to track him all over the place. So coming up here, forgot the name of this street right here, but this is how Kohberger entered into, started the night here. Of course, he didn't follow a big pickup truck at 4 in the morning, but this is how he went right here. Wow, look at that. Insignificant. 24 months. Megazoid. Well, you're significant to me, even though I hardly ever see you comment. Mile 457 Rose. 18. And then turn here. Tell you what, if you guys get if we can get to 300 up there, I'll donate another 5 memberships. What do you think of that? Is that something doable, you guys? 41 away. Ding, 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 ding. Turning here. And so this is the same route. This right here is Indian Hills Drive right now. Turning left. And then just up here is the same house that I've shown you guys a whole bunch of times. I'll show you in a second. Welcome, Vogue. Right, so let's show you where this is. I'm picking this house because it has the right over here. It has a camera on it. So I have this at 326. You go right here and you zoom in on the side of that house right there. That's the camera, and it's in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive. So that's why I think that's it. Now, is it possible it's one of these other? There's another house with a camera? Sure. That's the one I'm choosing, and that's where I'm at right now in the video, now that it's light out. Thank you, Insignificant. Appreciate you always, they said. And Sirius Black, we are now 28 away from 5 gifted memberships. Yeah, it's totally different during the day. I mean, at nighttime it looks, it might be kind of interesting to do one, but it's not perfect where you had an overlay, but, you'd have to be in the exact spot and drove exactly the same speed. So I have done ones where I edit, like right now at this intersection, boom, then I switch over to darkness and then come down, because I did this route probably 6 or 7 times while I was there. And that's why I do it, so that you have multiple. And I think this is really important stuff here. I think these conspiracy nutjob channels are missing the boat. Like all of this stuff is how you're supposed to try to, we're trying to back engineer what law enforcement has, and this is how you do it. Thank you, Jessica Schubach. Thanks for all your hard work on this case and so many others. Yeah, yesterday's show, I thought that was a really interesting one at the end there. Such a crazy case with the, what was it? A lady's missing, and then in the research for that, it turns out her roommate murdered his entire family in 1964, or something like that, 63 or 4. And killed his I guess his wife and his 3 kids. And then in I think it was 73, he killed somebody else, and he actually got sentenced to prison, by the way, for killing his wife and his kids, 50 to 70 years, but only served 9, which is ridiculous. So he got out, and then just after that, he kills this other lady that was in a car and put her in a trunk and left her by a river. And then just after that, when his girlfriend was supposed to be questioned, his roommate and distant cousin, he killed her likely, and she's never been found either. So that was pretty crazy, that one. I don't know why it was released. But look up there. See all the cameras on the A&W at the top up there? Can you see? Well, you can't see them. Let me move this down to here. All right, we got 17 to go. We do the 5 memberships. So this is how he would have driven. He didn't drive into A&W. So right here, he would have gone straight. And it's interesting how he sort of combines different things, it feels like, to make it really simple for himself. Thanks, Augie. So look at right there. There's the ramp, right? So if you look at this shot, it's right here. So there should be a street view. And so this is the normal looping that he did. And if you go this direction, see how if you turn to your left, there's that little ramp that goes up right there? Well, that's exactly where he's coming from. A&W's down there, and he's coming up like this, and it'll eventually end up on Taylor Avenue, which is just at the top of this. You are aware there's no... See, this is what I'm getting. I don't know if you're still out there, A, but here's what I hear all the time by people like Michael Pear. You're aware there's no video footage of him in his car, right? You guys are almost completely brain dead, okay? If you don't see the insane circumstantial evidence that is put together, and then his DNA being found inside the house, well, that's unfortunate for you. And later in the day, he's at Albertsons, right? But that's not... They want you to see him on film right here in this shot right here. Hey, thanks, Crime Freak and Dina and SW4x4 Explorers and Pancakes. All right, looks like we did it, you guys. So hold on. There we go. And now we're driving up to... okay, let's back it up a little bit really quick. There's Banfield. Look how close the Sigma Chi fraternity is, right off to the right there in gray, right below the water tower, visually, but not below it. It's right there to the right. Then taking left onto King Road right here. Then the next left is Queen Road, right here. And then that brick building is 500 Queen Road. Just before that, though, was 111. So right here, this camera right here is going to be huge in this case. The one on this camera, this building. It's going to film the vehicle driving this direction, doing the 3-point turn, etc. So it's going to pick up the car just like this, and then it goes back behind 500 Queen Road right there. Hey, thanks, Cheryl Bullock. Awesome. Okay, hold on. Let me get to the... live. This one's going on. Hit it. Oh, jeez. That's like this video game ad. Listen. Jeez. Membership gifting. And here we go. How do you get over there? Oh, I started over. Oh, sorry about that. All right, just got to do the gifting there. So let me move it forward back to where we were. Oh, yeah, so we're coming up here. And now we're in front of 1122 King Road. Thank you. M10, now behind 500 Queen Road. And then turning... I think this next video, is it the same number? Yeah. We're right here. This is how it went behind there. And then I think it finishes off this. So it should start right there on this next video. Because GoPro is pretty cool. It just does like 8-minute slots and then it switches over to another clip. So right here, look at that. Look how easily you can see right into that house. Right there, boom. I mean, that's the spot right there, right? You're parked right there. You turn your lights off. You look right inside, except hold on, let me get to a different one. There you go. Now you can see. See that spot? You can see right inside the window right there. And, lights are off. Here's what I think. I think when he's about right here, before that, even before this, he turns his lights off. And then turns and can kind of just use the ambient light that's out there and the houses, etc. Boom. He parks right here. He's just watching. Lights are off. Waiting, watching. And then on his first few loops, he would turn his lights back on, perhaps after he started moving, once he got past the window. So he didn't want to alert anybody. So he probably, like, when he would leave here, he would just drive right past here and then turn his lights on and then do the loops again. He didn't want to flash his lights into the house. I mean, that's just my opinion, of course. Now let's see what this one does. Volanta. Oh yeah. So here's something that's interesting. So he could even monitor on his loops the house. So watch this. I'm right now on Volanta Drive. So what this is right here, I don't know if you guys ever saw that, but Taylor Avenue just sort of randomly stops on this curve and it becomes Volanta Drive. And so while driving here, I literally take the GoPro camera off of the mount and film out the window. Look how you can see the house right over there. Boom. I had people going, Gray, that's not accurate. You couldn't see the... Okay. It's right there. Crystal clear. You can see it. So each time he did these loops, he could look over there and see, too, the lights. Look how long you can see it. Right there. Boom. Right there. What do you think of that? And here's his little looping route that he would take. He's on Volanta Drive back here. I think this is a different street, but there, he's driving like this. He's coming around like that. And here we are. I think he goes straight here. And when I say he, I'm referring to Brian Kohberger. Yeah. Hey, there's cars that drive around, Michael. You seem like you're paranoid or something. I don't know. So here we go at the end of this. And by the way, everybody, Brian Kohberger is the killer in this case, in my opinion. You're more than welcome to think it's somebody else. Perhaps an alien, a hobgoblin, something like that. Although I have to admit, I don't know what a hobgoblin looks like. Do hobgoblins have bushy eyebrows? Let me know in the comments. Do you think that Cam at... Let's see. Oh, and welcome Blue Mitts, M. Faithful, Sybil, Bergeron. Man, I thought you guys were already members. Jennifer, Epic. And it's Pouring Rainbows. 4 of you, or 3 of you, I thought you were already members here. Jeez. And here's that turn, again, where you go up that little ramp. So this whole route is just like this. Ding, 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 around. And then this is that intersection we were just at. Then we make it to here to Taylor and take a left. No, the probable cause was so strong against Brian Kohberger. The conspiracy nutters don't see it because they can't allow themselves to think in a sort of logical way. But I can tell you this, that law enforcement, since this time, has just absolutely boxed him in, nailed him in. That's why Kohberger's camp waived their right for a speedy trial. Because if a speedy trial would have been great if there was no evidence. But they got information given to them. They're like, oh crap, we're toast. Isn't that just obvious? And here we go again. There's the camera up right below that left-hand side of that building in front of us there. Drove around up and through here and around. Now, which motion? What motion, Jetta? And so this spot, you don't really get a clear view. That where he was just parked right there. You know when I make those really long videos, you guys never really watch those ones, right? I'm going to do one that is the entire night. I'm working on it currently, where it's going to be the entire night through like Kohberger's eyes, except I don't know where the 15 minutes of missing time is, right? But it's going to be the route in, literally me driving around. You'll see it through his vision, doing all 4 loops, the turn around, all that stuff, the backing in, turning around, etc. And then we're gonna have him leaving, driving all the way out. I've already made the whole video of his route home, so that's already taken care of. So I'm just gonna put it all in there, and there you go. It's going to be like 2 hours long. It's going to be from 3:26, maybe like 3:24, because I'm going to lead into the area, until I guess 5:25. So almost 2 hours exactly. I'm like an hour behind on the show because we were listening to the playback. But I just want to say, great conversation. Oh, there you are. Well, thanks. It was fun having you on. You have to call in again sometime. That was one of the few just kind of like cool, sort of, non-conspiratorial, just, kind of interesting phone calls. And there it is. I think he might have gone in and got a, maybe that was on the night we got there. He got a root beer, like a float or something. But there is a camera. Let me, I guess that's all I got on the screen. Hold on. Wait, what was I? God damn it. Is this all part of? Okay, right. I was looking to see if you could see the camera. So there's one right over here. You see that? Right off to the side. That is a camera right here. So it could be that one that was filming the car drive by. There's also a camera up there. I don't think that's one. Might be a light there. So did we pull out correctly? Yeah, okay, so we did take a right here. Well, yeah, she could read the comments, Scott. I mean, I know you guys have seen this, but let me ask you this. If you were there...
But I just want to say great conversation, great. Oh. Thank you. Smiley face.
Well, that was awesome. That was an awesome conversation. Yeah, so right here, I mean, how many times you guys have seen this multiple times if you've watched this channel. Don't you feel like you could go there right now and do it just by almost based off of seeing this? Like you could drive down here, go on Willanta Drive, take the first left, keep going straight, and then take a right, etc., then come around. It's so easy, you know. It's only easy though after you've done it multiple times. See, it seems to me like he picked a really simple thing to do. And so if you take a look at the way this is, he comes out of here and then watch this. Left. Straight here, come all the way through, down to here, left. Come to here, left again. Then left again, and then boom, right back into the area again. Very simple. However, if you're out there the first time and you don't really know exactly, you might take a right, just do certain things, unless he mapped it out first and just kind of knew. But he wouldn't be able to do it quickly. And then when he was leaving, that is specifically when he'd have to have known and been there. Because you come down here and, man, you might have taken a left there, taken a right. I guess you could say right here, just before here, you take a right, come down, and then you take a right on Conestoga. Because you can get trapped out here. All the rest of these places are just dead-end areas. So, boom, he comes out, and then he's back on Palouse River Drive right there. He didn't. Angela. He turned it on when he was way down south. He left it off the entire time he was driving around until 28 minutes after the murders, then he turned it back on again. So that wasn't a new opinion, Jenny. It was exactly, me and her agree completely. So when you say listening to a new opinion was refreshing, it's like, well, it's the same, me and her agree on it, you know. But yeah, it's like hearing somebody else say that's cool, you know. Let's see, absolutely beautiful, yeah. What's weird, here's what's hard though, is it's hard for somebody that sounds as good as, like, that speaks like A with the same logic to ever have a conversation about it not being Kohberger. They can't do it. Right? They can't do it. And so that's the reality of it, is they can't have a conversation like that. They start throwing stuff out that has no chance of being, validated in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. So that's what I like too. Mad as a cut snake. She didn't really have anything to. I guess what I liked was that it was a confirming, like it was finally somebody that, you could give more credibility in the way they think to what I have been saying, and I get just absolutely creamed on social media because of my thoughts on this case. You have to be a conspiracy theorist unless you want to be questioned. Isn't that weird, you guys? Like, if I make the smallest error, have the smallest, tiniest thing, they jump on that and point it out. But the crazy conspiracy theorists, they can say whatever the hell they want, and those same people don't ever challenge them with any questions at all. Don't you find that odd? I don't know, man. I think on social media it's the greater opinion, at least the people who speak, that something's just not quite adding up. Well, thanks, Brian. Yeah, see, like I've just been going around in circles right here. It's really easy. See, that's originally I took a right there because you can do that too and then take the first left. And that might be the way he went, I've said, because that would get the memory of turning right in his mind, because later, I mean, I don't know if I ever explained that well what I'm trying to tell you. Let me go back to that spot. Yeah, so it was right there. See, when he's driving like this, I think it's also possible and that he took this right. But see, that'd be tough to see in the dark, you know. But the reason I say that is because that one is right here. So the loop would be, he takes that right, and then the first left on Paradise Drive, and then goes around. And the reason that might be something he did was because then at the end, when he's escaping, he would still use that same memory of turning right, but then no, he just goes straight and then turns right on Conestoga. Does that make sense to you guys? See, that would be a way to not have to think to, if you had this memorized, this route, then at the very end, you just go straight, boom, take a right on Conestoga, and you're gone. If you take this one every time, then you'd have to remember, oh yeah, wait, we got to turn really quick. And then, like, you might not notice that until right here, oh, I was supposed to take a right. Because I did that multiple times. No, but that's what they always say is the positive thing, Mills Ladybug. They always say stuff like, would a killer smile in court? I mean, what a naive comment, by the way. Put a 1 if you've seen a killer smile in court. I mean, my God. Right. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing that we've talked about. Well, that's something. By the way, if you're in here and you are somebody that's a pro-burger, that doesn't think Kohberger's innocent, or guilty, I mean, do you think, can you give me a good explanation? Just anybody in the chat. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to say you are. Can anybody in here, as we talked about on previous shows, and even in this show when A called in, do you think that there's a good explanation of why, when Kohberger was arrested, he was in the kitchen separating his own trash and putting it into his neighbor's trash wearing gloves? Can you come up with anything that makes sense? Just something that I could hold on to, and can you explain it away? And not only that, he'd done it multiple times. His sister saw him doing it. So just anything out there. Can you tell me why? What mind of a person would think in the middle of the night, just after a multiple murder, and him driving home and being pulled over twice, why somebody would then... Because here's the thing, if he didn't murder anybody, he was pulled over twice, would you go home and start emptying your trash into the neighbor's garbage can? Because you thought, maybe they thought you were guilty of something that you didn't know about? I don't know about you guys, but when I got pulled over for speeding, when I was there, when I went 36 and a 25, I went straight back to the hotel and got rid of all my trash and threw it into my next door neighbor's trash can. Because I wasn't sure what the hell that was really about there. You know, it was... The damnedest thing, though, is I forgot to wear the gloves. Bam. Yeah. Oh, man. You know what? I know it's just kind of a strange thought that I had, but I would think that somebody might do that after killing 4 people, driving home and then being pulled over twice. The paranoia level might have been really high, and especially if he did leave the knife sheath there accidentally, again, the paranoia level would be extremely high. I could see somebody thinking of doing that, but it also shows you how stupid Brian Kohberger is as a person, okay? Because he would have to realize that if they were going to search his garbage cans, that they would pull out a familial match as a parent or a sister out of that garbage can, which would then lead right to him again. Yeah, all that time he spent with those gloves and his tweezers in the living room, trying to pull his garbage out. Those loops took generally the three that are timed. Okay, so let's do it like this: 3:31, then 3:39, and then the third loop. It's really, I guess, in terms of full loops, there's only 3, but because the first one he came in differently. But passes, let's say. So between pass number 1 and 2, there's about 8 minutes. And then between 2 and 3, there is, I think, 17 minutes, because it goes from 39 to 57. And then it goes 57 to 4:05. So that's all. I mean, that's perfect again. So it's 8, 17, 8. So really about 8 minutes is how long this loop took. However, what that means is that he waited 3 minutes after each loop he would pull in, except for the long one. He sat here and waited and watched, and then he'd take off again. And then he'd drive around, because I think this portion only takes like 4 or 5 minutes to drive around. And then he pulls back in again, waits 3 minutes. On the third pass, though, he just took off. He just made the loop and then took off again. And that's why, we have him on that camera. Perhaps over here, the timing was absolutely perfect, where if he didn't stop and he drove, he'd get right here at 3:45, where a vehicle that looked like a wide launcher was driving this direction. And that's the one that took longer. It took 17 minutes. So perhaps he did that and eventually came back around on the Steiner and finished that one at 3:57. Do you think he could have been suiting up between any of them? I don't know. Maybe they thought it looked kind of creepy or something. I mean, that one that you mentioned. I don't know. It might just be part of his mentality or something. What do you mean? Why do I have a man next to your name, Crime Freak? What kind of a ridiculous comment is that? There's like 6 different badges you get. There's Chloe, Grady Judd's one of them, Blue's one. Okay, here we go. I'm going to keep doing it. Have to wait again. You said it like 5 times, the boys. You do it every time. You love it when somebody comes in and you get off on them, like, disagreeing in a way that doesn't make sense because you like their, I don't know what it is, man. Jesus. I'm going to time you out every time you come back in, unless you're just a normal person. You very rarely are. Let's see. Why do I have a man next to my name? Jeez. Hey, look at you have Grady Judd next to your name, okay? Yeah, it's not constructive. It's not constructive the way you do it, the boys. I try to view your things differently, but I just can't do it. Because you said it like 5 different times. I don't mind if somebody has a different opinion, but you have to state it in a way that absolutely makes sense, not some kind of just half-assed something you throw in there. And then I'm going to disagree with it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I always say. And I'm going to disagree with it if I can, right? And it's so easy to disagree with the conspiracy theorists. So just coming in and throwing out stuff and see if it sticks against the wall isn't going to work in here. We don't know if they ever located the knife. Wouldn't that be crazy if they did? And they're just not telling anybody that? The defense knows it. But they aren't going to tell the public because they want all the crazy people still on their side. Just like in the Delphi case with Richard Allen. I never heard that it was confirmed about an Idaho 4's ID. They found ID inside of a glove inside of a box. Some ID. Now whether that was a victim or whose ID that was, we don't know. Animal heads. What? What are you guys talking about? What are you reading up on this stuff for? Oh. What do you mean there's a good chance that he did that? I think there's a good chance he did that and possibly some other unexplained things that happened in that area. What are you talking about? The dog killing? Jesus. You guys are... Oh my lord. Here we go. Here comes the conspiracy nutters. They already said that they didn't think that that was related. The dog incident. You remember that? Yeah, they already said that publicly, that the dog incident they didn't think was related to Brian Kohberger. Yeah, I already beat up a man dressed in a sumo wrestling outfit one time. I mean, I thought the dog thing was interesting at the beginning, you know. I mean, I even had it mapped out, like the different area where the thing was. Like, hey, man, that's weird. But why is it something that people are still talking about? I don't know how they know. Maybe they were able to figure out what happened to the dog and they didn't feel like it was related. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. Should we dig back into the dog thing again? Let's see what that says on the. Let's see. Skinned dog in Moscow. And the other heads of animals. Give me a break. Pam and Jim Colbert's dog Buddy was fatally skinned and sliced after being led out of their home in Moscow, Idaho in October. So it's like 3 weeks before the murders. Pam, 78, says the 12-year-old pooch who had been rescued from a puppy mill only had fur left on his legs and face after being defiled. But see, why didn't Kohberger kill Murphy then? Now look at, they have it associated too. Look at, oh boy. You know what I always think is funny? Like, you could tell a story like this. Yeah, this guy walked into a house and he killed a lady and his wife and all three of the kids that were in the house. And people would go, oh, that's shocking. And then he killed their dog. Oh, what the hell? He killed a dog? Holy mother of... Yeah. Don't you find that weird? Hey, which one is right? What's this one right here? Investigators are seen searching the parking area. Hey, look at that, everybody. They did look around in there. Behind the house at Moscow, Idaho, November 21st. And these are just photographs. See, whenever people think that anytime they take a photograph, there's something associated with the case in the photograph. But that's not true. They just go around and take photographs of everything and document it. And then later you can go back and look and see if something's connected. I mean, this area right here likely has zero evidentiary value whatsoever in the case, because this is the, if you were looking at the 3D model of the house, that's right over here. And that's just totally unrelated to anything. That's Bethany Funk's room right there, and, you know. And there's that little retaining wall there. Let's see. Moscow police rule out its relation to let's see. Okay. And the report of a skinned dog 3 weeks ago before the killing is not connected to the case. All right. See, I knew I'd read that. All right, here we go. Earlier, police said surviving roommates and friends who made the 911 call and spoke to dispatchers have been excluded from involvement as suspects. See? Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen. A man seen on surveillance video standing near two of the victims has been eliminated as a suspect. That's Jack. He was walking with them from the corner club, as well as a driver who took the two victims home, right? And the report of a skinned dog 3 weeks before the killings is not connected to the case, according to police. Moscow police said Monday a dog was found at the home of the stabbings, but the dog was unharmed and turned over to animal services, and that's basically what I just told you guys a second ago. So are we still interested in the dog and its connections, or do we need to keep digging into that? And then you're going to say, how do they know? And I'm not going to be able to get the answer for you. Is that okay? Come on, Zozo. So I had something to encourage about it, too. Doing good things for the channel. What's the money? On my channel? Well, the channel's raised to help support my channel. You know, allows me to keep doing the shows. And then at the end of the month, I donated a ton of money. This channel donated 50... Let's see, hold on, before we get too carried away. We always got the naysayers in here wondering. We're not raising for any specific charities or anything like that. You know, in general, I mean, I give to the DNA fund every month, so, I mean, that's what I do with the income. But anyways, so since the January of 2020, you guys remember when the pandemic started? Wasn't that long ago, really? This channel, because of the generosity of all the freaks, has donated $179,600. Can you name another channel that's even been anywhere near that? Like, I would say a tenth of that would be great. And no, you haven't. So, in 2020, we did 22,000. 2021, 42,500. Then 2022, 62,250. There were some crazy months there at the end that allowed me to be able to do that. And then last year, 57,350, and we gave 28,000 to Identifiers International last year. So, any other questions? Yes, so people are supporting my channel, and I give away a lot of the money that I raise on the channel through my ad revenue, super chats, channel memberships, etc. Is that bad? People are just crazy, you know. I had heard reports that were 4 ID. And over on the right, those are different people we've identified. Sky Shoots Doe was Jeffrey Peterson. Bibb County John Doe is Daniel Armentrout. Lake Altoona John Doe, George F. Madden III. We also have identified, which will be coming out soon, the news. We've known about it for a long time, but they just weren't going to say it. But a serial killer's victim, it was a black lady who was killed by a serial killer. The serial killer had been arrested for all 11 murders, and this was one of the victims that was unidentified, and we identified them, and the name will be coming out soon, and we paid for that whole damn thing too. All right, all of them, and it's a great feeling. And we have one that's being worked on right now by a genetic genealogist. Oh God, the boys is just complaining and complaining every second of everything. Oh God, oh Jesus, oh Jesus. Let's see. Crime Queen, they mentioned finding Xana's ID in the room, so 4 would be too many. Let's see. Very proud to be part of the Freak family. Yeah. No, it's true, Sharon. But I get nothing but hell from social media and shit because they think I should be giving every nickel away. They don't like they don't like that I say this. Hey everybody, help support my channel, and I also donate a lot of the money to charities at the end of the month because I think that, I think people like the fact that if you're helping me to allow me to keep doing the show, that you would also feel good if some of it went to doing good out there. You know what I mean? Like, why do people care about that? I mean, you guys, I see shows where people just throw, it looks like a freaking slot machine in there to an absolute idiot that's doing nothing for anybody and putting out false information, right? Isn't that weird? They don't care about that, though. They don't want to know what they did with it. But as soon as you say that you're doing something, then they care a lot. It's just so wild. I can tell you this. If my channel didn't exist, there wouldn't be $179,600 that went to charity in that same period of time. Okay? Yes, I make an income too on social media. I do this channel. I do live streams every single day, and I put videos out there, and I work really hard, and I deserve to make an income on YouTube. Okay? Now, when you start bitching about, well, it's true crime, Gray, you're making money off of people that are... Do you say the same shit about IDTV or Court TV or any of those people that get ad revenue on it? No, you don't. Okay, now I feel like I do my show and speak factually better than some of those shows do. They go down the conspiracy route because it sells often. I've seen it. I don't do that. So I'm proud of what I do here, and I just get really sick and tired of the comments over and over and over again. But it is what it is, all right? It is what it is. You're all more than welcome if you want to just send money straight to a charity. That's great. You can always do that whenever you feel like it. Anytime you want. Oh, all right. I thought that was a pretty good comment, actually, by Jenny. She said, "We're all here to be entertained, but they don't like that you make an income off from them." And she's like, LOL. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of weird, right? Like, they come... well, the trolls are the ones, though, that I don't know. They only watch to try to catch something. To try to catch some crazy moment where they can make a big deal out of it. I mean, they're sick people. You guys want to hear what these people do? This is what they think about when they wake up in the morning. What's Gray doing today? They check in on everything, and then they call up the charities that I've donated to. Like I donated over $20,000 to NCMEC, and they literally called them up to say, "Oh, that Gray guy, he's tricking his viewers into getting." And they let me know. They go, "Wow, look at these crazy people." They said, "We absolutely appreciate what you do. Thank you very much." And they send me every time that they get these emails. They send them to me, and I have a list and building up a folder with these people in it, because it's just absolutely stalking, defamation, crap. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys all, though, for supporting the channel. And there you go, insignificant. I was closing down my YouTube, changed my name, and then searched if I close, does it stop payments here? And it said, yes, that's why I'm still here. Oh, you mean you were going to close it down tonight? Oh, thank you, though. What do you mean not doing anything? I don't want anybody. Here's what I always say too. Listen, if you can't afford it, like if somehow the economy isn't that great or anything like that, and you can't afford to help support the channel, I mean, just hit the like button. You're more than welcome to be here, etc., etc. And there's nights where it gets sort of frustrating for me, and I'm like, hey, you guys, come on, this is the same. I try to work to get the goals on a nightly basis because I know what it takes at the end of the month. And that's why I started doing videos, because the super chats and everything sort of slowed down a little bit. So I've been making videos, and I think I'm actually in some ways better at videos than, I don't know. I mean, I think I do good on the videos. They just don't make incredible. If you get a video that gets 40,000 views, then that would be equivalent to a night like tonight on the show. See the 393 up there? If I had a video that got 40,000 views, it would be similar. So I'm just trying to let you know. On a normal video where I get 14,000 views, I might maybe make $100 or something. And so that would offset like a poor night. Like if I only brought 200 in or something, then that would be 300 with the video. And, YouTube takes their 30%, blah, 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 blah. I know this is all boring shit, but I'm just telling you the sort of the, how the sauce is made behind the scenes. I think it'd be incredible. Wouldn't that be amazing if the clown, with all the income that he makes from his show, was donating over $100,000 and all the rest of them? I mean, the true crime community would be putting millions of dollars into worthy true crime related charities. How do you know they don't, Gray? They just don't say it. Listen, does anybody believe that if you had a YouTube channel and you were donating huge amounts of money, that you wouldn't let the people who supported your channel in and know that that's what you're all helping support do? You know that they would, and that's just the cop-out that they give you. Of course, they would want all of their subs that help support their channel. Oh my God, wow, this is so amazing. I mean, I know that makes the freaks feel good. I mean, look at how crazy that is. You could buy a house for that. 179.6. What'd you do, Timothy? What'd you get? Are you a commission? Everyone would treat the true crime community on YouTube a lot more seriously too. Yeah, I think so. And I don't know. My thing is, I don't know how you get rid of the conspiracy angle of it. It's actually against YouTube's terms of service to spin conspiracy theories and accuse, like the whole Dylan Mortensen thing is absolutely against the terms of service. 100%. Oh, you sent a super sticker in? Just now? Huh, I don't see it on the screen. Let me see if it showed up over here. No, the last time I saw it was Cheryl Bullock. Did you send it to me? Not your average chick? Let me go look somewhere else. I want to make sure I can go check in a different place. Just a second. Super Yeah, no, it's not even in my back end portion. Not your average chick. Yeah, I see Cheryl Bullock's from earlier, but that was a super sticker also. And but after that, there wasn't one. Oh, there it comes. It just came in. It took a long time. There you go. Let me turn on the thing if we can get the... Well, thank you, not your average chick. There you go. It must have just taken a long time. Yeah, it's a little slower these days for some reason. Thank you. Man, not your average chick's been around. How long have you been around for? It seems like you should already be into the... with the badge on there. You've been around for a long time. This is the only YouTube I'm a member of, and it's because of your great videos. And oh, cool. Well, thanks, Crime Freak. I'm hoping that the music comes on. Yeah, that's so weird. Oh, there it is. We haven't heard the avocado dance in a while. Like I had it. Thank you. Yeah, so right now the amount on the stream would be like a video that had 50-something thousand views. That's why the super chat portion of YouTube is better. The other day you got a dancing... Yeah, it's been a while though. We used to get them all the time, the dancing avocado. It's kind of a specific number though. It's like between, I think, 30 and 49.99 you get the dancing avocado. But anyways, what do you guys think of the video? Let's check out the is that it? Must see. Okay. So far that video only has, well, it does have 7,300 views. So, you know, that might make $70 or something. Isn't that sad though? Don't you think the video that I put out today should be one of the ones that has 70,000 views or 100? Like that should be one of the ones that YouTube promotes and like is seen by actual people that give a damn about
your
reality, but it's not, so it is what it is. It's strange, isn't it? It has 267 comments and 1,100 likes, which is pretty good. Because you have to set it for 2 days ahead in Streamlabs. I just started over again each day. Plus, I could reset it too, and then yeah. What do you mean cellular resources? Are you saying his phone pinging on a nearby phone tower? Also, people pulled over is not detained. Also, I find it strange that the two girls called the same guy multiple times. Yeah, we've already gone through that. We already know. Dylan, let's see. Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, or Kaylee called her boyfriend Jack, who also, the dog Murphy is both of theirs. I thought it was strange at the beginning, but I since found out that way a long time ago, right? They didn't clear him he was the last one to be cleared out of all the people. And then they finally cleared him. And the phone call I heard was from, and this is in a email exchange I had with somebody, and they're the ones that told me about the bushy eyebrows before the bushy eyebrows was ever a thing. We already knew about that here. And they said that, Jack's friend said, hey, don't answer every time they call, play hard to get, So he didn't answer the phone. That's why he didn't answer it. And it probably saved his life if he had gone over and stayed there. Yeah. And that writer says, that's not playing hard to get. No, they were trying to call him. God, see, people just don't understand English. It's strange. How was there no blood in the snow? Don't know. How do you know there wasn't any blood in the snow? See, that's the thing is, how do we know that there wasn't blood in the snow when the cops first got there and investigated it? How do we know that? Why do we all say that? Because the media didn't report it or something. It's, the whole area was cordoned off for a long time. Right, and there wasn't snow really on there was snow on the ground from a previous snow, because you could see it piled up in the back on one of the videos that I saw. But it was just a little light dusting on the ground anyways, Just curious, has all this been verified as being facts? It seems that some of this info is only hearsay. Okay. Well, here's what I truly believe. I believe that 95% of the conspiracy nut jobs have never read the probable cause document and worked through it on their own. They haven't done it. Let's see. Most of them are really positive comments, though. Spent some time thinking about commenting on your wonderful videos. There's a bigger backstory to that connected all of the dots for me, and it comes from Wright's House and Habit. She connected with the mom whose daughter knew. I just, none of this stuff ever means anything to me. Freshman living in a single room of campus, House and Habit, and in huge verbal interaction with Dylan about drug. Yeah, I don't believe any of that. It's going down the drug trafficking route. Absolutely zero connected to that at all. And then here's one right here. I've never heard... Well, you can't see it. Hold on. Well, I'm not going to... You don't need to see it, but listen to this one. I've never heard so much absolute garbage coming out of an otherwise straightforward case. Oh, maybe maybe this is positive. We keep hearing how complicated... Oh, okay, so this is going to be good. We keep hearing how complicated this case is from folks who have bought into the conspiracy. For them, it is suspiciously complicated. Right, this person is saying exactly what I say all the time. It's like, it's not complicated, but they make it, everything suspicious, thus complicating it, intentionally, being intentionally ignorant, so that they can sell a long-lasting story. So people always say, Gray, you keep going over some of the same stuff. Well, right, because that's the nuts and bolts. That's it. That's what it is. I'm going to do a different one coming up here, though. A true crime case would never start with the idea of a shady, lawless police department first. Exactly, right. That is the one and only clue needed to understand that this is just a garden variety conspiracy doing what it always does, hitching its wagon to a high-profile case in hopes of relevance. That's such a great quote right there. Listen to that again. I have never heard so much absolute garbage coming out of an otherwise straightforward case. We keep hearing how complicated this case is from folks who have bought into the conspiracy. For them, it's suspiciously complicated, not because so many are involved, but because that the theorists propose is so improbable as to make it impossible. A true case would never start with the idea of a shady, lawless police department first. That is the one and only clue needed to understand that this case is just a garden variety conspiracy doing what it always does, hitching its wagon to a high-profile case in hopes of relevance. Oh, man. That's like a mic drop right there. That's awesome. At 3:58, Brian Kohberger's phone utilizes resources from a cell tower that also provides services at 58. No, it's wrong, though. It wasn't 3:58. Right. It wasn't 3:58. At 4:20, Brian Kohberger's phone utilizes resources from a cell tower that also provides service to 50,000 other people. And on and on and on. That's such a ludicrous statement right there. Can't determine guilt till trial. Excellent video. Right, but I can. How many times we going to do the same video? Well, as many times as it takes for idiots like yourself to understand it. I am willing to bet evidence from Clarkston will be key in this case. Yeah, I mean, just showing that his phone, his vehicle, and like Kohberger himself, his phone, and the vehicle were all put together there. The same suspect vehicle that they were tracking. Yeah, okay, anyways. Awesome. All right, well, thanks everybody for being here tonight. You can tell the enthusiasm level dropped a little bit there with the 0 comments. So thanks to Ivan Victor, and then we got Ivan Victor, Kenneth Colton, 12 months, Danielle Basayo, Paulette Leonard, Danielle, Amber Maiden, Danny ICURN, Supa Soda, Wise Child, The Broken Scout. Guys, check out his The Broken Scout podcast. Joseph Brennan, K-Me, Michelle H, Allie Cake, Christy Smith, Tito, and Tito's been a member for 19 months, thank you. Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Terry S, Cheryl, Scott 88SH, Mama 457 Rose, Mona L, Hawk Fan, Wise Child, Taylor T, and then A, who had the great phone call, Simply Me, Christy, Supa Soda, Lisa Valenzuela, Jean Darcy, Peter Karina Gates, The Broken Scout again, Tina Williams, Mama 457 Rose, then Lanky Tor gifted 5 memberships, Allison Cosgrove, Sirius Black, April, and Insignificant, 24 months, Mama 457 Rose, 18, Vogue became a new member, Significant, super chat there, Sirius Black, Jessica Schubach, Mad as a Cut Snake, then Crime Freak, 12 months, Augie, Crime Freak, Dina, Southwest 4x4 Explorers, Pancakes, Cheryl Bullock, a cat eye, then I gifted 5 memberships, then M10, and then Angela Alex, 26 months. No, I haven't created that level yet. Maybe I should. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things. I unfortunately created the $1.99 one that everybody picks, and it really, it dramatically affects the overall income for sure. Most people have $2.99 and higher. And then A again, and then Mad as a Cut Snake, Birdie 284, Insignificant, and then Not Your Average Chick with a Cat Eye, and 16 months. Seems like you've been here longer than that. It's still a long time though, so thank you. I think I'm 35 minutes behind the live now, but I'm listening to everything right now on the... Maybe what I should do is, if you do the $15 one, if you're a member for 3 months, you get the notebooks and the stress ball and stuff like that. What do you think of that? I think that'd be pretty good. I think I'm 35 minutes behind the live now, but I'm listening to everything right now on the arrest, and he's wearing gloves. Yeah, when they went over that, he was wearing gloves, and I did a whole show on that, or not a whole, it was in a show that I just did, or a video or something, where he's wearing gloves. When they come in, he's sitting at a table, and he's separating his trash out of the family trash, with wearing gloves so he can put it into the neighbor's garbage can. No, he's innocent, everybody. Why don't you just look at it like that? You know, just in closing, why don't you go like this? He turned off his cell phone for a 2-hour period. Inside of that 2-hour period, Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were murdered. And then, inside of that window, a white Elantra is seen in the area missing its front license plate and does 4 different loops and eventually parks at 408 and speeds away at 420. Inside of that 12-minute period is when Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, and Kaylee Gonzalez were all murdered. Inside the house, they found a knife sheath. And on that knife sheath was Brian Kohberger's DNA. And then after the car sped away at a high rate of speed, 28 minutes later, the phone turns back on again, and it's Brian Kohberger's phone pinging south and continuing around and heading back up to Pullman, Washington. Then weeks later, when Brian Kohberger goes home, he's pulled over twice by police officers in Indiana. And then when he gets home, DNA is collected out of a garbage can that matches the DNA that they found on that very same knife sheath at the murder scene. So they found a knife sheath in the 12 minutes that Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were murdered. A knife sheath was left at the crime scene, and Brian Kohberger's DNA was found on that knife sheath. Then weeks later, when he's driving home, 2 police officers pull him over in Indiana, and he gets home, and police take trash out of the garbage can and find out that the father of the contributor to the DNA on the knife sheath is the DNA that they got. That was enough to get a warrant to get the buccal swab of Brian Kohberger. And once they did that, they compared that to the original DNA on the knife sheath, and it matched Brian Kohberger perfectly. Then he's found in his house after they got the arrest warrant, sifting through the trash, wearing gloves, putting his trash into the neighbor's trash cans. So right there, isn't that enough for you to go, oh my God, he did that? I mean, what I just told you right there in a synopsis form should be all that you would ever need to hear right there. It's just crystal clear. There isn't any, well, what about this and what about that? You know, and the white Elantra was missing his front license plate, just like his. And they tracked the suspect vehicle around, and eventually, they kept following a vehicle that was consistent with. Now, the conspiracy nutjob people, they say, God, there's 50,000 white Elantras in the area. And it's like, no, there aren't 50,000 in the area. Okay? And not only that, Kohberger admits to driving around late at night because he knows he's seen on camera. Man, I don't know how the rest of you get. The people out there are suckers times 1,000 that think he's innocent. I mean, when I say innocent, I mean, like, if you could have an opinion, you think he's not guilty. I mean, that's just nuts. All right? Anyways, thanks everybody for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. And yes, you can have whatever opinion you want here, but you also have to realize that if it's one that I see and I think it's ludicrous, I'm going to say something. And you don't get to say back, I have a right to an opinion. We all know you have a right to an opinion, but I don't have to respect your opinion. You get it? That's the truth. The reality is this, everybody. Everybody has you have to respect the right for somebody to have an opinion, but you do not have to respect the opinion itself. And that should be the standard that everybody says out there. Now, you don't have to respect my opinion. That's great. You can do whatever you want. But I don't have to respect yours if it's ludicrous, right? But I do respect your right to be able to say it. Go ahead and say it. You know, put it out there. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Jenny. What does that mean? You have to rest it gray. Rest what? What are you referring to? Let's see. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. All right. It looks like we're having a bunch of snow coming in, freezing rain here. So any minute now, who knows, right? Yes. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate you supporting the channel tonight. We did really well. Maybe that helps make up for I'd say like at least half of one of the nights that I missed for sure. So that's pretty good. I like that. And you guys are awesome. I appreciate all of you. And I also appreciate the ones that realize sort of the mission of what we're doing here. That yes, you're supporting me. It allows me to kind of just keep doing what I'm doing the shows. And we also give away a ton of money. And that allows us to make a true difference in the true crime world instead of just shows and people talking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We do stuff here that is a tangible difference, giving people, makes a tangible difference, giving people's names back, helping out, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Texas EquiSearch, et cetera. I'd like to try to get back to giving more back to them again, because now we're at a point. I was trying to really get that scholarship funded at the end of the last year, so I was putting like 2,000 into it really quick, so now I'm going to go back to giving back to Rain, NCMEC, and Texas EquiSearch as well. Try to keep getting them some money again. All right, so thanks everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? All right. So thanks again. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And thank you guys all very much. Appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
is
I've
what I
been doing
meant
this
to
true
say.
crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human.
Well, you know what I'm going to do, Lanky Tours? I'm going to re-upload my Jodi Arias animations in one video. One of them had like 400,000 views, but it was weird. It was like nobody had seen it recently. But I think I should re-upload those again, because I think when you see those, you'll see like, whoa, that's pretty crazy. All right.
Lie detector, gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. That's a great is gonna give another lecture.
Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a protector.
Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking checked ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the, I was going to do the freak slideshow. Where is that thing? Where is it, man? Oh, there it was. Freaks wearing. There you go. Look at these. So if you buy some of that merch, you see underneath the videos, you can send in pictures and we put them up on here and play them sometimes. I'm trying to figure out, what was the name of that one? Was it the jazz one? It was called Cool Cats. This one? Is that it? Oh, yeah.
Full sector, threat rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher, even crime pointing like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector. And I'm always gonna be a protector. Fool reflector, interceptor. And I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector. On his spectre with a spectral. That's right, Sandy Shirley. Patreon's good too. YouTube doesn't take their portion. We were going around about me and the crew about something we did as opposed to do. You might not have heard it all, maybe you have, but when I first heard it all, it was flack. Used to get angry and all up top, but you can say what you want to spell my name right. All I'm ever guilty of was rocking a house. That's what the room was all about. Used to be every day and tell all your friends, and if you don't wait till you see me again, this way I can hear it from a horse's mouth. Right then and there, we can straighten it out. Nightly races, you keep me in stasis, that nose race. I gotta keep. Cool, not your average chick, I like right now. When I'm in the mood, I sprinkle troll on my food, but I don't eat it. I chew it up and spit it out and repeat it. It's not a treat. The troll is beat. Just one of the ways that I defeat it. Staying in my groove. When there's a troll on the move, just takes a second to remove, 'cause every time I conclude, the troll is gonna lose. Nice try, lizard eye, I see you creeping on the sly. Why you think you're so fly? Such a whiny cry, battle me, you're gonna fry. Gonna send you out to mummify. Time to say goodbye. Hey, maybe he'll do that, Danielle. Here's a little story that I got to tell about three bad brothers you know so well. Started way back in history with that Rock MCA and me, Mike D. Had a little horse, his name was Paul Revere. Me and my horsey and a quart of beer. Riding across the land, kicking up sand. Sheriff pauses on my tail 'cause I'm in the man. One lonely beastie I be. All of myself without no party. The sun was beating down on my baseball hat. Air was getting hot, beer was getting flat. Looking for a girl, I ran into a guy. His name was MCA. I said howdy, he said hi. He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 4 days on my run and then he's dying of thirst. The food was in my hand and he was on my tip. His horse was right before I sit. He said, can I get some? I said, you can get none. Had a chance to run, pull a shotgun, quick on the draw, thought I'd be dead. Put the gun to my head and this is what he said. My name is MCE, I got a license to kill. Hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. Now what do we have here? An outlaw and his beer. I run this land, you understand, I'll make myself clear. I stepped into the wind, he had a gun, I had a grin. You think the store is over, but it's ready to begin. Yeah, I got the gun, you got the brew. You got two choices of what you can do. Not a tough decision as you can see. I can blow you away or you can ride with me. I said I'll ride with you if you can get me to the border. Sheriff said at me for what I did to his daughter. Did it like this, did it like that. Did it with a witherball pat. So along the run, I got my gun. Right about now I was on to have some fun. King and Rock is my name, and I know the fine spot where they got the champagne. So we rolled 6 hours, then we hit the spot. Coke was whipping and the girls was hot. Dude was staring like he knows who we are. We took him to the spot next to him at the bar. Yippee yo, you know this kid? I said I did, but I know he did. Kid said get ready, this ain't funny. My name's Mike D and I'm about to get money. Pulled out the jammy, aimed at the sky, and let two fly. Hands when them people hit the floor. Wasted 2 kids that ran for the door. I'm Mike D and I get respect. You're cashing the jewelry is what I expect. MCA was with it. He's my ace, so I grabbed a piano player and I punched him in the face. Piano player's out, music stopped. Boy had 8, and he got dropped. Mike D grabbed the money, MC started to go. Grab 2 brewers and a beer that's cold.
Wow, that was pretty good, Mary Lou.
Thanks, Gray. One low lady peace, the IB. Wow, 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 wow. Ding, 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 ding. Hot diddy pop, diddy pop, diddy pop, diddy diddy pop, diddy pop, pop. You don't dare stop it.
Wow, you're really excited tonight there, Mary Lou. Mary Lou?
Oh yeah, I was just bowing. I was bowing to everybody.
Well, they didn't cheer yet, okay. So.
Right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Pass it back with his brand new invention. Something that's a holding me tightly. Flows like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, don't know. Turn off the lights. Then I'll glow to the extreme. I rock the mic like a vandal. Light up the stage and work the chump like a candle. Dance. Cause the speakers that boom. Killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly. When I play a dope melody. Anything less than the best in the family. Love it. Leave it. Better game way. Better hit bulls that a kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook on my DJ revolves it. Now that the party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the Vegas are pumping, quick to the point, cause the point no faking, cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, burning them, yeah, quick and nimble, go crazy when I hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo, I'm on a roll, time to go solo, rolling, in my 5.0 with my rack top down, though the hair can't blow, Bigger was on standby, waiting just to say hi, did you stop? Oh, just drove on, kept on, goes to until the next stop, I bought the left, I'm headed to the next block, Block was dead, y'all, so I continued to A1A Detroit Avenue. Girls were hot, wearing less than bikinis, rockland lovers, driving on bikinis, jealous, cause I'm out getting mine. Shade was a gauge and vanilla was a 9. Gunshots ranged out like a bell, like over 9, all I heard was shells falling on the concrete real fast. Jumped in my car, slammed on the gas, bumper to bumper, avenues packed, trying to get away from the jackers. Jack, police on the scene, you know what I mean? Kept rushing up in front of all the dope fiends. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook of my DJ revolves it.
You mean Ice Ice? You mean Ice Ice Baby? Yeah, he was good, man.
Now that the party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the Vegas are pumping, quick to the point, cause the point no faking, cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, burning them, yeah, quick and nimble. I go crazy when I hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo.
I'm on a roll, time to go solo.
Rolling in my 5.0 with my rag top dance and my hair can't blow.
Feelings on standby, waiting just to say hi. Did you stop? No.
Hey, all right, Mary Lou. Hey, that was like almost like a tag team. Anyways, all right, just having some fun there at the end. Mary Lou, thank you very much, Mary Lou.
Hey, no problem, Greg. Good night, everybody. Gee.
She always has to throw that G in there at the end, you know. It's like, all right, thanks again. We'll see you tomorrow, and thanks for all the freaks out there for supporting the channel. Maybe consider. Look at Danielle. She looks good in all those little hats she bought. She has these. She should be like a model for those hats. Or anything, really. Right? Come on, Danielle. You could do it. You could do it. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, Jessica Schubach, Lanky Tor, Danielle. Both Danielles there. Bogey Green Street, Mama 457 Rose, Ashley Hansen, Blue Mitts, Jessica Schubach, Timothy Cecil, Not Your Average Chick. I'm probably missed somebody here. Oh, even you, the boys, you know, you're always in there. Let's see. Lisa Valenzuela. Sure. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. You guys are awesome. And be safe out there.